Hello, everybody. This is your host, Chess Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan, welcoming you to ICC's live coverage of the London Classic 2011 event. We have four players after 6 rounds, sharing the lead at +2. They are Nakamura, Carlsen, Kramnik, and McShane. Today, ICC is very pleased to have as our guest commentator Grandmaster Peter Svidler from St. Petersburg. Welcome aboard, Peter.
Hi, Yaz. And
Hi.
well, it has to be mentioned, I suppose, that the counting system being what it is, I believe Hikaru is actually leading the event.
Indeed, he does. He has the bye this round, so he's played one game more. So he's in the lead by the 3-1 scoring system.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's been an interesting event with a couple of people in good form and a couple of people in a fairly atrocious form, to be entirely honest. And It makes, when a tournament is slightly uneven like this, it makes for, I suppose, for, general public, it makes for slightly better viewing.
Yeah, oh, definitely. There's been blood on the blood on the board.
Because, because obviously, there's going to be a much bigger percentage of decisive games, and generally speaking, it will produce more excitement, but on the other hand, I mean, it's as we were discussing before coming on air. It's been at times somewhat painful to watch. Let's say Nigel's form in the beginning of the tournament before he sort of played himself in slightly.
Yes,
it's kind of okay now, but his first two games.
Call them efforts.
yeah. That's the word I've been searching for. They were sort of underwhelming a little bit, and I see that he's played the King's Gambit today. So
outstanding.
Thank you, Nigel. I appreciate this greatly. We actually, I remember, I may have shared this story with the ICC audience at some point, but perhaps not. I'm not sure. I believe our first session together when I went to Greece, it was probably 99. At some point, I think he had his doubts whether I was any good. Well, understandably so. I mean, why wouldn't he? So At some point, I think we were looking at something boring like the Bishop E2 Najdorf or whatever. And then he said, okay, now for a slight change of pace. and he put some King's Gambit on the board and said, okay, go.
Right.
And I think he kind of expected me to just sort of shrug and say, I will not look at this crap, or be completely unable to function in those positions. And I believe, that was the point where he thought to himself, perhaps, that I can, at least at some point in the future, might be able to play some chess. Because I remember I held my own rather well against him in the analysis. And I think he looked at me with, the kind of new appreciation. I may not be this, Russian robot drone who just plays, stupid, boring stuff and has no appreciation of the, rich heritage that chess enjoys. But it's been a while since then. I mean, I haven't really returned to that material. I just I looked at it then, and I don't think I've looked at much King's Gambit since. Especially, sorry for digressing so much today.
No, please.
The reason for basically, I never was crazy enough to try it with white, frankly, and the reason for looking at it for a black player, had a name pretty much, because Nigel, I mean, these days he's slightly more relaxed about this, and he's, as you can see, he's doing it in the London Chess Classic. But in those years, he kind of, I think he stayed away from it pretty much, and it wasn't a very normal occurrence for him to play it. And also, I didn't play him, this often. However, there was a name which was kind of synonymous with King's Gambit, and it's not probably the name many people in ICC will know. There was this Belarusian grandmaster called Alexei Fedorov.
Yes, certainly.
Who played pretty much King's Gambit exclusively with white.
Right.
And I used to play him on a very, very regular basis in Russian team competition. I mean, club competitions,
right.
and also in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost never played him with white for whatever reason.
So you had to study the King's Gambit.
Yeah. So this kind of forced you to study it because you had to face it at some point. So I think I played 3 or 4 of those against him. He played as somebody correctly points out in 165. He did play the dragon with black, and I beat him in a dragon once. But I actually had a very, very decent score against him in the King's Gambit, employing, among other things, this h6 line. And we had an incredibly crazy game in the European teams in '97, I believe, in which I played h6. He looked at me strangely and replied b3.
Okay, why don't you do a copy 4 and just show us what you're... give us a visual. So you played h6.
Yeah, h6 is a move, I believe, which was... I'm not sure if this is the exact move order, but I think this is the choice of Bobby James. I think that the idea of playing h6 and waiting for g4 and d4 and only then playing g5 perhaps originated with... I seem to have this idea that it originated with Fischer. I may be wrong.
Well,
but
Bobby,
anyway...
The Robert James Fischer article that I'm aware of is after knight f3, he called d6 exclamation high-class waiting move.
Yeah, that's correct. But I think they transpose in many cases actually one into the other. And h6, I think, is now considered to be one of the sort of bigger lines in the King's Gambit. To which Alex replied b3, and I thought, okay, this is fun. And I thought, the inclusion of h6 b3 should allow me to do something interesting here. Right. And I went, I believe, d5, e5, knight f6.
Right.
And I could go into the database and see what happened next, but it's not really very relevant. But it was an unbelievably crazy game, which ended in some strange repetition around move 23 with white castling queenside. It was but basically Fedorov he never achieved any greatness as such, but he was one of the more interesting and original players around. I agree with you. He still plays, but I think he kind of tamed himself. It's not as if life tamed him or anything. I think he kind of tamed himself because he grew more solid over the years, and exchanged the King's Gambit for the Gioco Piano, which was solid. Regrettable, I would say. Because, he brought flavor.
If I recall correctly, after e takes f4, this is so many years ago. It's almost the beginning of my chess career when people were. I was trying to learn some openings. Instead of move 3, knight f3. It may have been Steinitz or somebody who played 3, b3, and I just kind of laughed and I said, "Well, what's the idea of b3?"
3b3 is a bit mad. I think.
I think it was Steinitz who wanted to put his king on b2 after queen h4 check.
That's the point. Okay.
So the inclusion of
politely ignore those old timers. I think they had.
But the conclusion of knight f3, h6, b3 looks a lot more sensible, actually.
No, this is actually a very logical move because black replies g5 to pretty much any move apart from h4, and of course nobody will play h4.
Right.
So if you want to stop g5, this is just about the only way of doing it that makes any sense. And it does kind of stop g5.
It does.
I actually, I decided that I want to go ahead and look, and it's It's a funny game. Let me just briefly.
Please do.
It's a
Sure.
funny game. He just went bishop b2 here, completely ignoring those central things.
Right.
I think I went bishop e7. He went knight c3, castles, queen e2, rook e8, and castles long.
Okay.
I mixed up the move order a little bit, but basically in this position I went knight bd7.
Okay.
And queen f2, knight g4, queen d4, bishop f6, and now queen went to g1.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a bit stuck with my pieces. h3 is a bit of a threat, so I went bishop e7. The point being, in some positions I want to go bishop c5, invite d4,
Right.
and then the knight will have the e3 square.
Occupying.
Yeah.
First impressions is white is actually doing quite okay here. I mean,
We should probably switch to something else, so I'll just show you.
well, no. You're doing great. I think this is very interesting, actually. Go on.
The next three moves were
fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, you were in a very serious danger of losing, but you always had fun with Alex, you know.
Yeah.
A position like this, isn't it fun to play?
Definitely.
And it ended in some sort of a forced draw in 10 moves time. We're kind of digressing quite far. So let's briefly go through the boards. On board one, we have some theoretical discussion in the Nimzo, which I'm not the hugest specialist in the world on. I think.
Is it permitted?
I'm not sure. This is
permitted to grab that pawn on c7.
Well, you are, but I'm guessing black
Castles?
just either castles or knight d7 possibly. I don't know. I quite like knight d7 because it stops queen e5 possibly.
Right.
And then we want to go rook c8, and we want to play along this open file and perhaps play e5 when the queen leaves. Let's say you probably have to control the queen side somehow, so you assuming rook c8 and queen goes somewhere, I don't know, a4 for instance.
Okay.
I don't know. Let's say castles, and I want to play e5 next move and open more lines. And it's just one pawn. In general, I think they are very free with this pawn these days in this type of positions. They just think that the amount of time white will have to waste
developing.
Developing all his pieces and getting all his pieces out
is worth it.
Will be more than aptly more than apt compensation for one pawn.
Right.
We'll see what Magnus does. On board 2 we have this is a strange one actually. This is the Queen's Gambit.
Right.
The first 6 moves are very normal. And this is absolutely the latest fad. Instead of c5, which has been the norm and has been discussed at length in Kazan, among other places,
right,
and a3, which allows c5, and also leads to forced lines, which seem to be. I'm not a huge specialist. I try to, as much as possible, to stay away from analyzing the Queen's Gambit in Kazan, even though, of course, I had to do an enormous amount of it still. But anyway, a3 allows c5, and there's a plethora of forced lines which seem to be leading to a draw these days. They are now playing bishop e2 with this strange idea of after d takes c4 playing castles first. I honestly can't explain why not bishop takes c4 immediately. I have no idea. We were actually discussing it a bit in Moscow because I think I may be completely wrong about this, but I think it became fashionable after the recently finished Tal Memorial, where I think the first one to play this was actually Livon in a game against Vichy, as today, and Vichy did play knight d5 here, and the only point of not recapturing on c4 immediately seems to be to allow black a very important additional option, which seems a bit strange. Because, I mean, if black makes any kind of normal move, white will still take on c4 next move. But by not taking, you're allowing here knight g5,
right?
Bishop takes, knight f4, e4. And actually, I believe Vichy was fine in the game. And then there were at least, I think, 2 more games in Natal Memorial. One was Gelfand against Kramnik, and there was, I think, one more, in which black just completely ignored the option of playing knight g5 and proceeded calmly, as they did today.
C5.
Right now we have on the board, I will not go through the moves, it's obvious, black played c5, white recaptured, then took on c4. And it's a typical Queen's Gambit position. Sometimes they're slightly better for white. For instance, Boris had actually a very, very pleasant position against Vladimir in Moscow. And I believe in the end, black even played for a win for a bit.
Exactly.
Yeah, but originally, I think it all held by the slimmest of margins. I remember Boris was very upset because he said that, in every single line he tried to calculate, it seemed like he should be winning, and yet black would hold by some kind of miracle and not lose.
Right.
And eventually he chose one where he ended up in an endgame which he even had to hold with precise play. Not very precise play, he wasn't really pressed, but still it was black who played for a win for a bit.
Exactly.
So I honestly, well, let's put it like this. The fact that white seems to think that this is the promised land these days in the Queen's Gambit should tell you everything you need to know about the opening, I suppose.
Pretty dry. Going back to the move a6, I think we're following the game yesterday between Anand, who was white, and Vladimir Kramnik, who was black, right?
This as well, very true,
Yeah, instead of a6, I think Anand, Kramnik just traded queens on d1 and then played b6. And
this has been discussed at length, I believe, in Moscow also. Yeah, and so a6 is a slightly new approach, and one more move has been made since Levon played a3 here. Okay, and I suppose he wants to retreat to a2 if black plays b5. I guess this is one point, and the other is if black allows b4 and then goes somewhere with the knight, the b4 pawn is no longer hanging now, so it possibly at some point will be a half tempo.
Right.
That will be my assumption. I honestly, I'm not that well acquainted with the subtleties of this one.
Well, like you say, now that it's become the rigor, the main tabias, one would assume that players Aronian and Anand have probably feasted this position to their silicone warriors and know it inside and out.
Although I'm not sure how much this position actually lends itself to computer analysis.
May I ask you a question? The move 11, knight d4, strikes me as, I don't know, slightly odd. Why wouldn't white want to post his knight on the e5 square?
I think on e5 it gets traded. I think black sort of immediately reacts by going knight cd7 in most cases and just gets traded off. I think the point, it does look as if white is kind of inviting some kind of a fork on e5, but it's very difficult for black to actually control the e5 square. And the knight on d4, it kind of looks at c6, and also it's much more difficult to exchange it. I think this is the point. I mean, despite this obviously being an incredibly dry position, white wants to preserve, pieces.
The pieces, yeah.
Yeah. The longer the pieces stay on the board, obviously, the better for white in terms of playability. So,
okay, cool.
I would guess this is the but let's go further on. This is Kramnik against Howell, and this is already quite surprising because, as far as I can remember, 7 knight c3 has never been a particularly central move in the Queen's Gambit accepted.
And especially in Kramnik's repertoire, knight c3.
Yeah.
I mean, he's made almost a comfortable living on bishop b3 and queen e2.
Well, I mean, he obviously knows what he's doing. It's just that for a very short period of time in the late 90s, I tried to remake myself into a QGA player.
Right.
And I remember knight c3 was never high on the list of people of things that worried me greatly. Yeah,
exactly. Me too.
Although I mean, I must preface all this by saying that I honestly have no idea about the opening anymore. If I ever did, I mean, you know, disclaimer finished.
Right.
I mean, if I ever knew anything about the QGA, those times are way gone.
Right.
Anyways, this is still in progress, and it seems to me that, especially seeing that Vlad played a3 in this position, it seems to me that he just wants to get some kind of a typical Isolani position,
right,
and just play, assuming perhaps not completely incorrectly that he has a far greater experience and understanding of those types of positions, having played them at the very top level for many years. And he just doesn't want to engage in any kind of theoretical discussion, especially since, as far as I remember, once again, I haven't played David a whole lot, and I think only one game with white, as far as I can remember. But I think QGA is not really his main weapon.
No, more like Grunfeld.
Yeah, Grunfeld, exactly. Yeah, my choice against him when I played him in the NH seniors against the youngsters.
Right.
Yeah, my choice. Yeah, my choice was one knight f3 because I thought, and I actually even I think mentioned it in my annotations, that I've been suffering against the anti-Grunfeld for so many years, and then I spotted somebody who had the exact same repertoire, and I thought, let somebody else suffer for a bit.
And it worked.
Yeah, I did win the game, and I was almost winning after 15 moves, yeah. The game lasted like 112 moves or something. but I was pretty much winning after move 15.
Great technique, Peter.
Well, it became, as many games against David tend to do, it became incredibly sharp. And then I missed some forced wins. And perhaps at some point was no longer winning even. And then it liquidated into some very sharp endgame, which I think I won it quite well. I mean, queen against rook takes a bit of time.
Right.
It basically the game lasted this long because David decided, once again, understandably knowing my history with this endgame, decided to check if I can actually win with a queen against rook. But this time I did manage so.
having some experience.
Yeah, having some experience from both sides actually. I lost with the rook once also. In about 10 moves.
I can't recall ever having it in my career. Really, just rook and bishop versus rook many times. Queen versus rook. I just can't remember having it.
I had it 3 times now.
Wow.
And also, Onishuk resigned instead of trying to defend it against me. To which I actually, for which I actually thanked him after he shook my hand. Yes, I said to him, Alex, I honestly appreciate the gesture,
right?
Because some people in your spot would have thought, this is where my chances they're beginning now.
Right.
I haven't had a position this good for a while. But he just flat out resigned, which I thought was a nice touch.
Commendable.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Anyways, so this is game 3, and this is game 4, and I think the accepted way of treating this position, you don't actually have to take on g3, not now, and possibly not ever, because if white takes on f4 with a pawn, then g4 is generally a very decent move, forcing the knight to go back, and then queen h4 check. But I'm kind of wondering if black plays bishop g7, which would be my first choice here, right, if gf, g4, and rook g1 is any good.
Okay.
But possibly black can just... bishop f6 looks ugly, and bishop f8... But maybe, I mean, bishop f8, I would then be quite happy to probably sacrifice this piece somehow. So I'm looking for some kind of a move here.
You mean, for example, bishop f8, bishop e3?
Bishop f8,
kind of
some move like bishop e3, gf, queen f3. Yeah, I'm sure the machine will say this is just completely lost.
Yes,
but from a human standpoint, this is so much more fun to play with white.
Absolutely. Look at all those black pieces on their first rank.
Yeah, you just castle long, and then you go bishop c4, e5, f5, and you crush. Yeah. I'm not even sure the machine will be so happy with black. The more I look at this, we have such a tremendous advantage in development. I'm not sure how ecstatic the machine would be about this position, to be honest.
This would be Fedorov's dream position.
If you give it some time, I suspect this.
The black's winning score would go lower and lower and lower.
Yeah, I'm not sure you would see an evaluation you normally associate with the machine looking at the position with an extra piece and no immediate threats.
Right.
But anyway, what I wanted to say is there are other options here with the same idea. For instance, you can go knight c6 first.
Right.
But knight c6 kind of invites d5, knight f5, and now g4, because this way white avoids the whole g4 idea. And if you don't want to go to e5, then perhaps you shouldn't play knight c6. So I'm trying to remember what my notes said about this position, because this is the position I definitely looked at in my life, but a long time ago.
Uh-huh. And in this position, a move, okay, bishop g7 certainly is interesting, but a move like g4, do you sacrifice a piece after g4, or you just happily run away?
I think what they do against g4 these days is they just go knight h4, f3, bishop e3. And then they sort of go around it a little bit.
I see.
Just queen g2, castles long, and then they start digging a little bit. Maybe, at some point h3. Although the idea of just replying by bishop takes f4 and queen takes f3, once again, is not completely ridiculous. But here there are much fewer open files.
Right.
I mean, the G file is closed, and white's position still looks menacing, but I think it looks rather less menacing than the previous one. And it's not impossible to just treat it this way, but I think generally speaking, they just go knight h4.
Okay, so 6g4 isn't the real threat. Here's another one, Peter. I liked your move bishop g7 after g3, and maybe in case of capturing, bishop g7 captures on f4, g4, rook g1. Does a move king f8 have a sense?
Yeah. This is. We got distracted when I was about to suggest that.
Sure.
And it does look better than bishop f8.
It does, yes.
Yeah. So. And probably white still has to give up the piece, because knight g2 queen h4 check really doesn't look inspiring. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will have the same position, but the bishop will be developed. On the other hand, let's say in this position, I think queen g3, perhaps not immediately, but one move later after white castles, queen g3 will be an unpleasant threat, actually.
Right.
So black will have to do something about this. Perhaps black will have to do something like maybe knight e7 or knight f6. But the problem is knight e7 just invites f5.
Right.
And knight f6 invites e5. And in both cases, you will have to immediately think of a new square for this piece. I mean, even here, I wouldn't feel at all comfortable being black here. I would feel this is an incredibly dangerous position, which can go kind of really wrong really fast. Yeah.
Right. I recall being victimized by Boris Spassky on the black side of a King's Gambit. And it's sort of like, when you lose against the French, or you lose in a Caro-Kann or a Sicilian, everybody says, bad luck. But when you lose on the black side of a King's Gambit, it's almost like it's a double loss because people are shouting at you for being such a fool or something.
Well,
it's not so easy.
It's completely unfair, of course.
Yes, that's what I meant.
But yes, this will happen. People will tease you. People will tease you, and people will say, "Come on, you're losing to the kiddies' openings these days." But I think it's just completely unfair. It's a decent opening, and especially in good hands.
Oh yeah,
which Nigel's definitely are. I mean, Nigel. I mean, he's not in the best of shapes here, and it remains to be seen. You know, if this gets really really sharp, how well he will be equipped to calculate. But I mean, he definitely understands where stuff goes in the King's Gambit.
Right. Well, I definitely recall looking at quite a large number of David Bronstein's games, and David did some horrible things to really strong players.
No. It's an opening. It's an opening which really sort of allows you to express yourself, and against people, you know, I think you can go to two wrong extremes in this opening. One is you can sort of go flat out trying to refute it, thinking to yourself that, you know, this is an opening which cannot possibly be correct in our day and age, so I must collect all the material that is being offered to me, and then I will just win.
Right.
But and this can go sort of pear-shaped if you don't really know what you're doing. But also you can go quite badly wrong if you let's say it catches you unawares.
Right.
And you think, okay, I will now just develop pieces and everything will be fine. And you sort of allow too much.
Right.
You don't hang on to any of the material. You allow white to develop freely. And then white gets obviously an incredibly good game for nothing because, you know, in most of the open openings doesn't sound correct. But what do you call opening? Opening starting with e4, e5.
Right. These are the open games.
Open games. Yeah, my English is deserting me. Basically, exchanging the f2 pawn for the e5 pawn is a dream.
Yeah,
is a dream you normally never achieve.
Right.
So you have to find a kind of a delicate balance between not getting rolled over, and also not really, you know, giving it the respect it deserves.
Right.
But I mean, when you're playing Nigel, it's quite obvious that
romantic openings are in his repertoire.
Yeah,
you have to take care.
You can expect this to happen.
Right.
So I'm fairly certain Luke will have at least some idea what he wants to do here.
If I can tease your mind for a moment, go back to the move 2, King's Gambit position, and I read an article, I think Gary Lane or something. I was really shocked by this suggestion that he had made for a club player. If you're facing the King's Gambit, the author went, you play knight c6 and knight f3. And this was a treatment I had never seen for black before, and it really made a strange impression. f5.
Yeah, this actually, this does exist.
Yeah,
I can't remember. I can't remember why it's wrong. I'm pretty sure it is wrong, but I can't remember. I can't remember why.
The author suggested that d3 was actually white's best move, and then d6.
Yeah, but this is just fine, probably.
Yes,
and it was just fine. So I would be very, very tempted to look at something more adventurous here. I'm just not sure what.
Well, the trick, of course, is that knight takes e5 by white fails to knight takes e5 and an eventual h4 check.
Yeah, this is quite obvious.
Yeah, so you can't do that with white. Secondly, you can't take on e5 with a pawn because black would take on e4 with his pawn, and white is embarrassed after f.
Yeah, no, my sort of initial idea as to how to proceed here would be maybe g4, But
Right.
but I'm not. But the problem is, I'm not entirely sure I'm not sort of already worse.
Right.
The pawn on f4 is just so very badly misplaced here that, I would be very much worried. I'm already in trouble.
Exactly.
So
And
yeah,
and
this is interesting. Maybe this will become my repertoire against the king.
well, when I ran across it, it really confused the hell out of me. There was one other point too, is that after knight c6, knight f3, f5, that the move knight c3 was wrong. Knight c6, knight f3, f5. Knight c3 was wrong because black immediately goes on the initiative, takes on e4, and
No,
d5.
if knight takes e4, knight e4, g5, you get a dream Yanish.
Yeah, you roll.
Once again, it's like the Yanish, but instead of the bishop on b5, white has a pawn on f4.
Precisely.
And it's considered to be okay with the bishop on b5. So you can imagine this position is definitely. I mean, once again, I would definitely play knight takes e5 here.
And
but I don't think it's an attempt to get any kind of advantage anyway.
Right.
Like knight f6 or d5 or any move.
Precisely, knight f6, and white's wondering why his pawn is on f4 and not on d4.
Yeah, something like this. And how do you even equalize with white?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
anyways,
it's just a funny line. It's just a funny line, and it would have never come up except thanks to Nigel.
Just briefly, it's not ridiculous to just do this here.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe this is the start of the kind of main theory here. White goes bishop c4 and goes sort of castles short against pretty much any move, and then it becomes very, very sharp, like maybe knight c6, castles, perhaps knight f6 is possible.
Okay.
And black wants to go bishop g4, perhaps even swing it over to h5 to additionally protect the f7 pawn, and then decide whether he will castle kingside or queenside. And white, has obvious, even visually, very, very obvious, very decent compensation for just one pawn. Because he's ahead in development, he has an open F file, and there's clearly play.
Right.
I'm not. Once again, probably if you feed this to a machine, the machine will just tell you whether this is any good for white. But from a romantic's point of view, I mean, this cannot be a reason not to play the King's Gambit, a position like this.
Right.
It's clearly very, very playable. Anyways, let's do a slight roundup.
Absolutely.
More pieces are being traded on board 2.
Aroni and Anand, rook c1, knight ce4.
Well, this looks
safe.
Yeah, equalish.
Equalish, I like that.
Equalish, yeah. I can't really share any more insights on this particular position. Actually, I would prefer not even not to attempt to.
Right.
I honestly, I mean, it's a type of position which I don't normally excel at. It, the accumulation of minuscule edges is not my forte.
Too subtle for us.
I can do it. I can do it if I'm forced to, but let's look at something else, and maybe we can find something to amuse ourselves with. Vlad is proceeding like we discussed. Technically the g4 pawn is hanging now, but
there's rook d1 business. Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to take it, even if it was offered. You mean?
Well, perhaps you will have to at some point, but normally black would prefer to keep the bishop on c1 and kind of bend in on c1 for as long as possible. So my first choice would be some move like perhaps queen c7, and if white goes rook d1, which he
Right.
Probably does.
Will. Yeah.
Yeah, probably will. Well, I also would probably like to take on c5 in one tempo. So I would even consider wasting one more move on something and going perhaps rook d8. This cannot be a bad move, generally speaking.
Right.
Centralizing one more piece is generally not a bad idea.
Right.
Because I want to... I mean, bishop e7 is fine. But in case white chooses to take on c5, I would very much...
Your rook on d8. Yeah.
Would very much like to take on c5 in one tempo, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, here, the only reasons that I played the Queen's Gambit accepted a lot as black, and I remember having a game like this against Ivanchuk. Not this exact opening, because he wasn't playing a3 and losing tempi. If black waits too long with c5 takes d4, then white in such positions plays the move d4, d5.
Yeah, that's true. But on the other hand, black's positions are, as far as I can remember, almost ideally placed to deal with this, because generally black just ignores it. Black just goes bishop e7, let's say,
right,
e4 and castles,
right,
and then just continues developing naturally. Although in this particular position, maybe this is not so stupid for white. Just go bishop e3, rook ac1, and play. Because
white has a little control more in the center.
Generally, now that I think about it, in most lines where black allows this d5 move, his knight is not actually on c6, it's on d7.
Right.
So this means that more pieces come off immediately.
Right.
Black also gets rid of the light squared bishops, and the knight goes over to b6 or f6, depending on the situation. Or in some cases, even black goes something like rook e8, knight f8, and swings it over to e6. And here, black's biggest problem is that he has to find a square for this knight.
Right.
It's not an impossible problem to solve, I suppose. I mean, you can just start by going knight a5 here. And seems like it's the best move in the position.
Right.
But still, it's a new position. It's maybe something white will have to do.
Interesting. Yeah, like you say, it's nice when you get new positions or positions that have play. We've seen a lot of those games actually in this event where there's been play for both sides. In fact, black has been doing very well. Oh, now that I've got you on the air, not that you're a big King's Indian defense specialist or anything like that.
I wanted to mention this game at some point. Yeah,
Nakamura and Anand Nakamura. Pardon me.
It's a strange one, really. I mean, I understand that being on ICC, if I use anything but the most superlative terms about Hikaru's play in this game, I will probably be sort of run out of time, tarred and feathered, and run out of time on a donkey or whatever. But it's all the more remarkable for me because I've struggled mightily against Vishy over the years, whereas Hikaru just decided to play a reasonably well-known position, as far as I can understand, pretty much tempo down.
A full tempo down and
a full
sharp critical line.
Yeah,
right.
A full tempo down in a line, which, as far as I can remember, is not really considered to be winning for black. No. with a full amount of tempi at his disposal.
Right.
So it's an approach I must say I never actually tried for myself. I always felt, okay, I'm black against Vishy. I should probably kind of pay attention to what I'm doing in the opening and not give him any extra incentive, to be winning after 15 moves. But but then. I mean, Hikaru is obviously very, very good at this type of positions. And although I think objectively at some point he must have been close to losing. Yeah, I mean, I haven't analyzed it in any great depth, but I've, as most of us do, you go to ChessBomb or YChess or whatever, and you look at the evaluation after each move,
Right.
and it seems to say like 190 at some point for white, which is a lot.
Or maybe even 4.0 or something.
Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. Yeah.
But on the other hand, I'm absolutely convinced Hikaru knew this is a risk. There is a huge risk this will happen, and since he played what he played, he was prepared to take it.
Right. Clear.
So it's kind of irrelevant what the actual evaluation was, because he got exactly what he was going for. I think. Once again, I'm trying to psychoanalyze people where I perhaps shouldn't, but it seems to me that when a player as strong as Hikaru plays, somebody like Vischer, not an amateur himself, and does what Hikaru did in the opening, he has to expect it might turn out objectively not very good for a bit.
Right.
And then he will have to deal with it at the board.
Right.
And he did to the best of his ability and to the best of what was possible in the position, and waited for a mistake. And the mistake did come, and frankly, more than one.
Right.
And then it became very instructive at how a position which looks completely ruined can be transformed once white allows some counterplay.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes.
But I mean, for me, perhaps the most impressive thing about this game was the opening choice. Just before knight e8, I don't care what you're doing. I will be playing for mate today.
Right.
I am not interested in all your theoretical discussions and long forced lines which perhaps lead to a draw.
Right.
I will be giving you mate today.
Nice, no?
Yeah,
just nice.
I'm just unconcerned,
Right.
Sort of, after move 9, if you're white there, you kind of know you're in a scrap. Yeah?
Right.
You know that this is not going to be mild and cozy in any way.
Right. Fighting for the d5 square, trying to squeeze an edge.
It's not gonna be a game of small margins.
No.
You will probably either win or lose.
Yeah.
So
I see on chat channel 165, Capuriano Bridge, a.k.a. Nakamura, says, "I will be giving you mate today!" Exclamation mark, laughing out loud. But you're right. I think what Black is saying. It's
I think this is what it was. Yeah, I mean, if after before you reply the way he replied, I think this is what it says. I mean, and Ananda's strong enough and good enough to understand this. Before, and Black not doing any of the accepted things, whatever, knight h5, a5, whatever they are, and just giving you everything on the queen side. It just says I don't care, I want a mess on the board today, and then we'll see who makes the last mistake.
Well, in this particular line, by the way, I have to point out the obvious that Hikaru is blazing his own trails. I mean, basically, he defeated Kramnik and Gelfand in beautiful ways, right? I mean, that was he's won some great games.
Yeah,
he didn't play so very well, but he's doing good stuff.
I think he and Rajabov are the two main proponents of this
King's Indian
approach to the King's Indian these days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I like this comment very well. Actually, it was an article written by Grandmaster Hans Rey about Grandmaster Jeroen Piquet. So the idea was that Jeroen Piquet obviously was one of Holland's great talents, and Jeroen, as Black, enjoyed playing the King's Indian defense. So he went and worked with Viktor Korchnoi. And Viktor Korchnoi completely robbed him of his joyous King's Indian and said, "Unplayable. You just can't do this."
I remember. I played the King's Indian against Viktor myself once. it wasn't a joyous experience in any way or form. Yeah. No,
well,
I think
it was that after being told this horrible message that you can't play the King's Indian as black, Piquet gave up chess. I mean, because after all, if you play the King's Indian, you're playing it to enjoy, and if you can't play the King's Indian, then you're not going to enjoy playing the black pieces.
That's quite true. Yeah, I mean, I could pretend I'm playing the Grunfeld for the joys it brings me, but I think I risk ridicule if I make that statement.
Mm-hmm. Okay, let's continue our searches. Has McShane?
McShane actually he chose the latest of our suggestions.
Okay.
He just took on G3 and went Bishop G7, and now we'll see what Nigel has to offer here. Yeah, I mean Bishop C4 and Castle's short is one obvious way, but also White could go Bishop E3, let's say Queen G2 and Castle long, and just proceed sort of positionally.
Yeah, I was going to say the king on the queen side, White's king on the queen side makes a kind of better impression than the G1 square, no?
Well, the point about this is that it kind of invites, black gets a tempo or two here.
Useful reactions, yeah. So
I mean,
let's say
you can still go something like Bishop G2 or Bishop E2.
Right.
Which one do you prefer? Maybe E2.
Bishop, Bishop G2 for now. Time being, we can change our mind in a quick second. No question, the bishop on G4 is annoying, of course, because once we castle long, we'll be an unhappy.
Let's say I waste two tempi on
such things. Yeah,
terraforming my position a little bit.
Terraforming, like that, Peter. Are you a science fiction reader?
I'm actually rereading the entire Ender saga right now. The Orson Scott Card thing.
Yes. I'm a big Frank Herbert Asimov fan myself, so yeah. So this is a little bit awkward for White because, this rook on D1. I'm looking at sacrifices like Knight G5, but I find it's very unbelievable.
It's just not ready yet. You have to, I think, to waste a tempo on something like this.
Right.
But I mean, even this is a very unclear position because, there are no threats as yet, but where does Black castle?
Right, he's not putting his king on G8.
Yeah, let's say Queen D7, for instance, I can maybe even go Knight H2.
I like Knight H2, actually, very much, yeah.
As soon as the Queen appears on D7, I have this move, so... And if Bishop H5, because this was much better for Black when the Knight was on E7, because then my plan was to go Bishop H5 immediately and transfer it to G6. But now that G6 is occupied, White could perhaps even consider something like this. I mean, in this particular position, it might actually be completely winning because the Queen is getting caught. Yeah.
Yes.
White could very much just play quietly and wait for Black to commit himself to any one plan. It's not impossible. I mean, as I said, in the position we have on the board now, Bishop C4 and castles is an attempt to pretty much win on the spot. Yeah,
right. Take advantage of your lead in development. Yeah,
it's the option which says, I'm very much ahead in development right now. I want to make full use of it while I can.
Right.
But if there is no immediate mate and Black is capable of dealing with this, then perhaps you should take a longer view. Because, I mean, clearly the king is better off on C1 than on G1 here.
Right.
If you don't expect to win in 15 moves and you expect this to be a longish game with stuff happening, further than the next immediate future, then you should think about king safety, and then you should probably start with Bishop E3 and just go for the queenside castle.
Right.
Anyways,
As we were coming on air, you were singing Luke McShane praises. You were saying that, well, first of all, he's always played well in the London Classic, and watching his games here has been quite rewarding. I mean, he's playing very well. How does a chess amateur do so well against elite players? When I say amateur, I'm of course referring to the fact that Luke is not a full-time professional.
well, I think first of all, he is an extremely gifted chess player. He's an extremely gifted, well, person in general, I believe. But I mean, he is a very, very interesting chess player. You know, it's always been fun to watch what he does because, you know, he is original. He has his own approach. He has, you know, a very interesting approach to openings in many cases, and he's not your typical one. He's 2671 now, but let's say maybe a year or two back, he was perhaps 2610 or something.
Right.
And you know, for 2610, you always knew you were in a proper fight. You always knew you were playing somebody who is really not afraid of you at all.
Right.
First of all, just he always played chess for the enjoyment. He never cared about those, you know, rating points and things of that nature. And also somebody who is, you know, has his own, you know, original way of approaching the game, and a very difficult opponent. But I think for him these days, the London Chess Classic must be, you know, such a, you know, it's a vacation.
Right.
Perhaps
a serious treat. He looks forward to it.
Yeah, I think he just enjoys it so much that it shows in his play. I think, you know, for him, it's an opportunity to play against the best in the world, to test himself, and doing it in front of a home crowd. You know, it doesn't make it easier for everybody, but judging by his results, I'm guessing, you know, he prefers it.
Right.
Because he seems to be, you know, year in, year out, to be doing very, very well in London. So,
may I ask you, I'm not a club player, but I think a lot of club players would be intrigued by what would happen if White lost his mind and played a move like knight takes g5 here, saying to black, I'm just refuting your entire setup.
Well, I mean,
is it ridiculous? Take, queen h5, yeah.
Well, kind of.
Let's have fun. And we'll take on g5 with our bishop, of course. And bishop c4.
I'm not sure about bishop f6, although perhaps I'm still fine.
And knight d5, and I'm pretending that I'm playing an imitable king's gambit style. I don't know. King f2. Ridiculous.
Bishop d4 check. I'm thinking maybe d2, but...
Okay, d2.
But d2 queen d4 check is kind of unpleasant.
Annoying.
Very, very.
I threw my pieces at you. Sorry. It didn't work.
Sorry.
Yeah. No, it's
perhaps
okay.
there's a cleaner way. Let's have a look for a second.
Yeah.
I think
I went
possibly
bishop g5. Yeah.
Possibly. Hang on.
No worries.
I was about to say that this should be cleaner, but actually now I'm completely stuck and have no next move. I thought this would be a better choice, but actually
might be.
Yeah, might not be at all. Yeah. Hang on.
In club play, such sacrifices.
Okay,
let's mark.
Let me.
Yes.
Let me just think for a second. I mean,
right.
I'm trying to do it at the speed of
internet,
but no, don't know.
By the way, this is where we have fun as chess commentators. We get to sacrifice the whole set in case it doesn't work. Well, bad luck. We reset the pieces. The players can't. I mean, Nigel is probably not looking at knight g5, but I was
probably not. Yeah,
an obvious refutation, and I didn't find an obvious refutation.
Yeah, I mean it's less ridiculous than it looks, and actually I think my initial reaction, as it often is, you know, with something you've been doing for a while, the first thing that comes to your mind is generally correct. Yeah, I think this could be the right way of treating it.
And just to pause here, last time I went knight d5, hanging my e4 pawn with check. Could I include a move like queen h7 with the idea of knight d5, Peter?
Yeah, this is what I'm... No, but this you actually... Or maybe you can.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
This is... Check on f8, king d7, and... Well, that was fun.
You're a bit stuck, but on the other hand, maybe you can just do something like this and just continue.
Yeah,
but there are no actual threats. I mean, something like just knight c6, c5 could just win here. Because you can't even castle long. The problem is you can't actually castle long and include the rook in the attack. I mean, if you could play rook a1 h1 in this position, you'd be in clover, but you can't.
Yeah, this isn't exactly the classical smooth wins where every white piece was involved in the checkmate.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also
thought. Yeah.
Generally speaking, I'm surprised it's not completely ridiculous, to be honest, because all the years of let's call it
decades of King's Gambit theory,
evolutionary process, tells you that you're not far enough ahead in development, and you're also sort of sacrificing one of your developed pieces to trade pieces. Basically, you're sacrificing one of your developed pieces for a pawn, and then you trade off some more pieces, and then you attack one piece. There isn't even a check in immediate vicinity. So, I expected to just be able to refute it without thinking, and the fact that we're getting into some sort of reasonably muddy waters there shows you how tricky this opening actually is. If even this cannot be refuted with your eyes closed, this means that the resources white has in the King's Gambit are I think greatly underestimated. Anyways, moving on slightly.
Right. I'm told, by the way, just in that game position, that it was Morozevich-Leko. There was a game, Morozevich-Leko, that had continued with your bishop c4, which certainly looks like the most standard move, yeah?
Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Okay. So back to Roni and Anand. By the way, you saw Livona Ronian in action at the Tal Memorial. He was +2, very impressive, tying for first. Here he's at 50%, and I must say, I cannot understand for the life of me how he didn't win against Carlsen, that position that he had, which looked just so good.
What was it?
Yes, it was.
What was it? I kind of escaped.
Oh, that was the e4. Livona sacrificed a pawn with e4, then followed it up with d5.
Oh, yeah.
There was a rook on a7. Yeah. It was just totally awful.
Once again, it's a testament to just how good people have become defensively.
And how good
Magnus I'm sure he had a huge advantage, but also you have to go through this roadblock, a guy who is just defending incredibly well and seeing all the small tactics, and it seemed to me like objectively white should be close to winning there at some point. And then I think I looked away, I had to probably do something around the house, and then I came back and there were no pieces left on the board.
And basically,
I thought, how do you get from here to there? But
why can't I do that?
Yeah, but I must admit I wasn't curious enough to actually go through it and see where white made a mistake. But it looked to me like he should be winning. But again, I mean, Livon is Livon. I mean, he's a great player, but he will be the first to admit, I mean, I've heard him say this, I think, on more than one occasion, that perhaps he's maybe not the greatest failing he has as a chess player, but one of the one of the great failings he does have, and he is actually aware of it, so he should be doing something to correct it, is that if he feels that his position is just very, very good, he is very, very liable to just start, well, not blitzing exactly, but he kind of loses focus. He starts just playing the first thing that comes to his mind, just assuming, once again, not entirely incorrectly, that A, his position is very good, and B, his feeling for what he should do at any given time is more often correct than not. But this leads to inaccuracies, and okay, against normal players, it might not be such a telling factor, but against Magnus, if you slip up somewhere and you allow some defensive resource, he's just not going to miss it.
Exactly.
And this will perhaps cost you those, half a point, quarter point. That could be the difference between, first and second place, or,
Absolutely.
whatever the end result will be.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's done this against me on more than one occasion, actually, and
you gave him such a good position that he went to sleep on it or something.
Yeah, I think I won 2 games against him in the Bishop G5 Grunfeld, pretty much by using the same cunning strategy of giving him a position which looks just so completely winning that he just started making some random moves, and I would just sit there and calculate quietly and grab a chance when it presented itself.
Right.
And then when he sometimes gets into trouble reorienting himself, as we all do, I suppose. When you had this absolute conviction that you were much better, and then suddenly you look at the position with new eyes and you realize you should probably be looking for ways to draw.
Right.
And this, adjustment is sometimes not very easy to make.
Right.
But anyways,
in the position
currently, it looks very equal to me, because I initially thought that Queen B6 is pretty much impossible because of Bishop C7, and perhaps I think maybe this was Levon's impression as well. But Queen C5 just equalizes, as far as I can
as
tell.
well.
Perhaps actually this is still the only way to play for White. But there's this.
Okay. Oops.
And if White is forced to go Bishop C2, but then
he's putting himself into
he has nothing. Yeah. I mean, if you just, if you allow Knight A5, then
you will regret it.
Yeah, then White can actually be better, but. Since Bishop A4 just stops Knight A5 for forever, pretty much, then I think, I think this should be equal. And also, if you allow Rook C8 here,
yes,
why are you even better?
That's absolutely.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to find something for White to hang on to after Bishop C7, because. If you allow Rook C8, Black has an incredibly harmonious setup, no weaknesses, and the control of one of the 2 open files.
Right. I was a little
completely equal.
Yeah, I was a Bishop C7, Queen C5 certainly is fine. I'm just wondering, after Bishop C7, Queen A7, why am I so happy here either? Rook C8 is on Black's agenda.
Yeah. This is also very true, actually. Yeah.
The Queen on A7 isn't as good. Well,
it's temporary.
Yeah.
I suppose White will play something like this, and Black will probably have to play. Well, you don't really want to play B5, so you can play Knight D5, I suppose. Trade everything. Let's say Bishop G3. I might take on C1.
Okay.
Now we're getting. I go Queen C5
and handshake.
It seems to me that it's white can pretend for a while, maybe after knight b3, but objectively speaking, it's just a draw. Let's say bishop b6, I don't know.
Right.
e4 knight e7 or whatever it is. Yeah, it doesn't look overwhelming.
No. Jonathan Spielman was on yesterday, and he had this way of saying, a British understatement, this doesn't look terrifying.
Yeah.
Not.
But generally speaking, yeah, there's a cube in 165, which, having even played it a couple of times with white, I agree with wholeheartedly. This bishop f4 QGD stuff, I just don't get it.
Right. Right. Okay, moving along, we're more or less thinking that this game between Aronian and Anand is heading towards let's say, a stale equality. We come to Magnus against Mickey, and he didn't take the pawn. He
didn't. Yeah, he prefers to. Let's wait a sec, because I think more pieces are coming off immediately. I expect Mickey to take on a1 here, because why not put the bishop on a1 if you can, instead of a rook?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm hearing pieces move, but I'm not seeing on my board.
Levon, let me just show you what Levon did, because this is completely beyond me.
Bishop c2.
I have no idea. I have no idea what this is.
Now that is so deep. I can't fathom it at all.
Yeah, this is very, very Zen-like. I've no idea what this is for. I will not even attempt to explain this. Black, I think, will play rook c8 here, and then we will wait for white to make a move, and perhaps after white has made a move in reply to rook c8, I will attempt to explain what his point is. Well, I'm at a loss. I mean,
totally.
Yeah, perhaps this is to stop. This is one explanation I can think of, is that Lev thought that if he allows it, Black will put a bishop on a4. So now after rook c8, he will go queen d2 or queen b1 or whichever it is he wants to choose, and bishop a4 will not be possible. But in a position where, well, frankly, I don't think white is better.
Right.
So why not sort of invite rook c8 and then bishop a4, go rook c1, exchange every single piece, and
make a draw.
Yeah, just be done with it. I mean, white's only possible active idea in this position is somehow to play e4, followed by perhaps, I don't know, bishop e3 and f3, trying to cut off the f6 knight. But this requires so much time. I don't think this will ever happen. There's just not enough time for that.
Well, once again, I mean, one of the things I really appreciated about the Queen's Gambit Accepted is when I had, quote, fully equalized, which is more or less where I feel the position has already become, actually, there's some bite to the Queen's Gambit Accepted. It's very easy for white's pieces to be mispositioned. You had mentioned yourself.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true.
That, for example, after a move like rook c8, queen d2, you had mentioned how it's very hard for black to control the e5 square. And then suddenly a move like queen e5, queen c5, I beg your pardon, with the idea of e5, and suddenly, when it goes wrong for white, sometimes it goes very badly wrong.
Yeah, I fully agree with your point here. Yeah, because which is why I'm so mystified at this.
Me too.
At this choice, I just think I can't fathom just what the point could be. I mean, especially since let's just think about this for a second. Rook c8 is the most obvious reply to bishop c2. It very likely will happen. And then all the moves we've discussed so far in reply to rook c8 in this position are the queen moves. So basically, you've wasted a whole tempo on a move, which I mean, the only thing it does is that it stops bishop a4. which was not actually a sort of a life-threatening thing to stop.
Right. Well, if we could commit an illegal move and play rook takes d7, knight takes d7, bishop takes h7,
that would be very nice. Yeah,
we would win brilliantly. But
not exactly win, because black would reply with queen takes b2, and your first rank problems would begin telling. But at least it would explain, a bit of okay.
So it would be nice.
I expect him to make a move.
Yeah,
I expect him to make a move immediately. So let's wait for. Yeah, this is what I thought. Yeah, but once again, it's just a bit bizarre.
Mm-hmm. Queen b1.
I don't know. I honestly don't think this is much good.
Let's just say that Levon has managed to confuse us utterly.
Yeah, I mean, let's say black just plays something like h7, h6 here for no particular reason.
Just making the
knight. I want to perhaps consider going knight h5 next.
Right, or knight d5,
bishop b5, bishop f6. Knight d5 allows bishop g3. I just want to, let's say, if I'm hell bent on exchanging every single piece with black, how do you even stop it? Or even actually, that there are no decent knight jumps here. So maybe even bishop d6 next move is possible.
Possible. Well, again,
I'm not sure what's going on here.
The relative activity of the queens. I mean, I'm already thinking that if anybody's got a smidgen, and I'm talking about a very, very small advantage, I may be black. I mean, I'm not happy at all about white's configuration.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah. All right. Continuing onwards.
The word smidgen brought all the. Somehow I'm absolutely overwhelmed by the desire to quote Tom Lehrer. It just rhymes with all those things, But it's not against any religion to want to dispose of a pigeon. You're not into Tom Lehrer very much.
No, I remember him from the 60s and acid days, but I haven't read much since.
Tom Lehrer is very good. Anyways,
okay. What happened? How's our Luke McShane? By the way, a tournament leader with +2 against Nigel Short. Anything goes.
Well, they're still
not much.
Yeah,
this is one of the slowest.
Yeah, bishop e3 is what we discussed. Yeah,
seems
like they will most probably have a bit of a mad time scramble.
By the way, which happened last year at the London Classic. You may recall the great game Nigel Short versus McShane in a dragon, where Short was trying to get on his positional grippers, but in a time trouble scramble, McShane came up smelling like a rose. It was that h5 business. Remember that h4, h5?
I'm not sure I do, actually. I could look it up, but
yeah, it was.
I'm sure they've had a number of interesting encounters over the years, but
it was a Donnybrook, a goodie. After bishop e3, what were we focused on? Were we focused on knight c6 and bishop g4, or just the immediate bishop g4? I can't recall.
I always want to start with knight c6 for no particular reason, really, that I can see, but
other than developing moves should in principle be considered.
Because bishop g4 in some positions may not be necessary, so and knight c6 I think will be a good move in pretty much any position here. So on that basis, but let's just briefly pat ourselves on our respective backs here, because
slowly
Vladimir. They're getting to exactly the position we've discussed. So we seem to be correct, at least on this part. Oh, look, I'm on incredible form today. H6.
Ooh. Wow. Okay, so simple question by the world champion. What the heck are you doing, Levon? You know, uh, club players understand that if you're going to have a battery with queen and bishop, normally it's more threatening when the queen leads the bishop and not the other way around. Um,
Yeah, it's all a bit obscure for me, and I think
yes,
we will leave them alone for we
some
will leave
while.
them alone for a sec. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let Luke choose a move, and whoops, sorry, that's the wrong place to do that. Yeah, and this is Magnus's game, and
As you recommended from Mickey, why not put the
yeah.
bishop on A1? Now, if I'm black, I must say that moves like knight to E4 to G5 would
Well,
start to be attractive.
works. That works, I think, better with the king on E1. I mean, there are many things here that look, at least at the very least, very interesting here. There's Queen H5, which is, I think, not ridiculous.
Right.
There is C5, to which White has to find a way of replying, which doesn't involve immediate draw. And perhaps you could even consider something strange like Queen D6, trying to sort of immediately target this.
B4 pawn.
Before pawn. Yeah, I quite like this move actually.
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of multi-purpose. Because if you imagine White, well, with the bishop on D3, it's less of a point. But I just wanted to point out that you suddenly have this direction to aim at, because I mean it's not a very profitable thing to do because E4 is possible, but generally with the queen on D6 you have all those new kinds
Nice.
of ideas.
Yeah.
But I mean in this particular position I think you can just go after the pawn, and here maybe go something like, you could maybe even consider taking, I think, bishop h7, king h8, because there are no decent squares, and after queen b1
Take it.
let's say take on f3 and go
Right.
maybe even g6 actually, why not?
And
Just
winning.
seems to be, yeah, it just seems to be completely winning for black. So which means that White has to pay a bit more attention to this, and perhaps waste a tempo on something like b5,
Right.
which I was thinking of replying with rook a8,
Right.
creating, well, it's not exactly a threat, but I'm kind of thinking of rook a3 in some.
It looks like a threat to me.
I don't
Castles.
know. White could just ignore it, I suppose.
Castles.
But
Knight G4 would be very nice, but I think White does have the response
White does
D4,
have
D5, right?
and d5 as well. Yeah, but we can start with rook a3, drive the queen
Right.
somewhere like c2, and then
Where else? Yeah.
perhaps play maybe even something like this.
Ooh. If you can get away with that, that's really very sad.
I'm not entirely sure, but
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to mention that this is a possibility White will have to at least consider.
Mm-hmm. So it's hard for Black because he doesn't know should he be playing for an advantage or for total liquidation, because here takes on E5 with the pawn, of course. Well, not actually, of course, but with the pawn, and White's not worse. Maybe.
No, White of course is not worse. I'm just.
I was just wondering from the start, Peter, and I mean, I understand this rook a8, a3 idea was attractive to you. I just didn't know how White was going to respond to knight e4. I mean, queen d6 is a fine move, but
you mean immediately?
Immediately, in the words of Walter Brown, immediately.
Yeah.
And what is knight g? No, knight g5 takes. There's a bishop e4 business. Okay, so knight takes g5, queen takes g5, bishop h7, and bishop e4.
Yeah, that's just
save the day. Okay, sorry. Okay. And I have no trickies to.
But once again, I mean, let's say I just make a normal move.
Normal move. Yeah. I was trying to take advantage of the fact that the king was still on e1.
No, I understand that, but as I said, knight g5, with the king on g1, knight g5 becomes perhaps even a bigger problem for white than it is here. So
Right.
it also makes sense to do it this way.
This way. Sorry, and one other thing, Peter. Instead of the move c5, rook a8 in that position to try to attract the king to g1 so that knight g5.
Yeah. Also, this is very possible. Yeah, rook a8.
Yeah. I'm just wondering if black.
I was about to suggest white can react thusly, but actually white
Oops.
cannot react thusly.
Yeah, that's a oopsie daisy.
Yeah, so you perhaps even have to waste a tempo on bishop b2, which makes c5 an even more attractive. Yeah, and Mickey found another interesting idea. Actually, let's put this on the board because it looks very fancy. He went queen a2, which I quite like because it creates a threat of knight d5, and I think he's sort of going after this b pawn with everything he's got.
Mm-hmm.
And
not to mention that bishop f3, knight d5 might be bishop f3 and knight d5. White might be not so happy about that either. Yeah, Chigorin style. Yeah.
Well, I think white could be facing a bit of difficulty here because, well, I think he pretty much has to castle because if he allows knight e4 next, let's say if white decides to waste the tempo on b5, then after knight e4 he will just be possibly worse. I think. Yeah. So I think it becomes this line could be the critical one.
Mm-hmm.
And if queen b3, white has this move.
Okay.
And only by virtue of this, he is not losing the pawn immediately. So.
Right. Well, all in all, my immediate impression is that Magnus is not impressing us with his opening.
Well, I once again, this is assuming it was his aim to impress us with his openings today. I think he just wanted a playable position to play.
Mm-hmm. Instead of the move queen b3, by the way, Peter, rook a8. I like
black.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking too.
Don't get me wrong. But okay, on the other hand, if the pawn actually manages to reach b5,
okay, say we play f5.
It's not all doom and gloom. Yeah,
is it not doom and gloom? I mean, the idea of e3, e4, knight f4 is not attractive. Knight e5 is not attractive. Bishop on a1.
Black is doing very
well. Yeah, that's
unarguably.
No doubts. Yeah,
unarguably, black is doing very well. I'm just let's just briefly consider whether there's anything better for black here.
He did castle.
Yeah, I think it was the only move that made any sense, though. Mm-hmm. So I'm not surprised it was made this quickly.
And we got the position we just did due to knight d5, queen e1.
I think queen e1 is a strictly only move.
Okay,
I can't see any alternatives because otherwise you just lose the b4 pawn for not very much. So knight d5, queen e1, and you played rook a8, which I think is a very decent move as well.
How do you say bringing the rook to the open file? I won't give myself a big pat on the back for that suggestion, but yeah. So, are you moving the pieces, by the way, Peter?
Yeah, I'm just. Okay. I just wanted to spend 30 seconds looking at this idly, just to sort of satisfy myself that I can't actually win any material here with black.
Mm-hmm.
It just looks to me as if there could be a way here to.
So how about bishop takes f3? If you're going for the material, does that do it? Knight d5 now, and the difference is queen b3 and queen takes b4.
Well, I can still do the same, can't I?
Queen. Oh, there's h7. I apologize. I apologize.
That's kind of the same point
That's the bailout. Yes.
Yeah, I had in the previous line. Yeah. Because otherwise, it would be working very well with the bishop on b7, and as you know,
Mm-hmm.
I would prefer the bishop to be alive. I mean, if we're winning the b4 pawn, why not do it, the bishop still alive? But I don't think we are actually.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat.
Right. Good point. Sorry.
Somewhat surprisingly.
We take it back, and like you say, let's give the position a chance to percolate, and maybe there is a forced win of material after 15 castles. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, so what can we do here to grab the goods?
Mm-hmm.
If black could play the move rook f8 a3, there may be...
That would be a pretty decent move, yeah.
Right. That would be a way. How is white... white might meet rook a8 with bishop c4, right? If he's trying to...
You do have to consider bishop queen takes c7.
I do.
I mean, now that all the pieces are out, it's not the end of the world, but it is a pawn.
For some reason, I was thinking that queen takes a1 was just winning, but I'm forgetting about bishop f1. if queen takes e7 doesn't save the day as well. Okay. So that was why we were looking at knight d5, queen e1, and how did we do it? I think we went rook a8, b5.
We went rook a8 here, yeah. What are the
other
alternatives?
Mm-hmm.
I think objectively c5 might actually be a forced draw here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if Mickey is so inclined and...
by the way,
judging by the kind of tournament he's having, I wouldn't be all that surprised, and also I wouldn't really blame him all that much, because now that the queen is on e1, you can't really, because your normal reaction to this with white is dc5, bc5, b5,
right?
But with white pieces being what they are, allowing c4 looks a bit foolhardy. Although I want to point out a nice little tactical detail here, which I spotted a moment ago.
Okay.
Bishop can actually go to b1.
Aha.
Which gives white a very important tempo, and actually this position might be quite good for white, because surprisingly there is no immediately obvious good square for the queen.
Right.
And then white might want to start pushing with perhaps e4 or knight g4 or knight e5, something like that. Mm-hmm. And the bishops on a1 and b1 are, they are where they should be, really. if white were forced to go bishop e2 instead, black would just be better. But after bishop b5,
bishop b1,
bishop b1, I'm less convinced.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, let's just hang on a sec.
I
think we agree with the assessment. I'm pretty sure, we both think that black cannot possibly be in any danger here. But
right,
what's the best way to proceed is what we're...
Right. I can't help but notice in the chat channels, Victor Korchnoi is on the official website and giving comments, and he says, quote, about
I guess he's
writing like a beginner.
He's less than enamored. Yeah, is the word. Yeah. with Nigel's approach to openings, I don't know why.
Playing like
I honestly don't know why. I think people should be given the space to play the King's Gambit in a...
Well, there was some comment when Victor was butting heads with Anatoly Karpov that if you weren't being insulted by Victor, you weren't really a player.
Also, I think it's a lot of people take umbrage at what Victor says and feel that he should sort of temper it down, and there has been, over the past 10 years, there have been people who got very offended by his, throwaway remarks about, women generally not being able to play chess or whatever it was. There were stories, But to which I always wanted to reply by saying that honestly, you should wear this as a badge of honor.
Exactly.
You were actually noticed by somebody,
by Victor Korchnoi,
who matters.
Yes.
I mean, this applies to me as well. I don't address this to those people who got offended. I never actually got offended, but this is because I managed to lose a very, very nice game to him very early on in our careers. Sort of our mutual careers. I won the first game I ever played against him.
Right.
But I think he was in a particularly strange mood in that tournament, because the only thing he told me after the game, he met me in an elevator, I think a day later, and he said, "You're a very superfluous player, Peter. If not for that, I would play for a draw against it, and of course I would have made it. But because of this, I wanted to beat you, and so this is what happened." And that was all. And I thought, very nice. And then I lost a game to him in St. Petersburg, in a King's Indian, actually, which an amazing game. I invite everybody to just look it up. It's a fantastic game from his viewpoint. I played like a beginner, but but he played excellently well. And after that game, I think he took a liking to me.
Suddenly you understood chess. You fought hard. He admired your courage.
Yeah, so honestly, I've never been on the wrong end of one of his spectacles.
Yeah.
But had it actually happened to me, I honestly, how can you get offended by anything Victor says? This is Victor, this is what he does. This is how he, interacts with life.
Right. Well, the one line that I really, really loved, I mean, it just seems to me like a whole group of my colleagues have at one time worked with Victor Korchnoi, and one of them was John Vanderbilt, Grandmaster John Vanderbilt from Holland. So he's working with Victor, and they're analyzing, I don't care, the King's Gambit, right? And at some moment, John makes suggests a move, and Victor stops the analysis, looks at John eyeball to eyeball, and he said, "John, before you violate all the rules of chess, you should understand them."
Really? Honestly, you should. If this happens to you, you should write this stuff down, and you should tell it to your grandchildren.
Exactly. It was just.
There was this. It kind of loses a little bit in translation, but my favorite one was I played for the same club with Victor for a while in the Russian Club Championship in the 90s and early noughts or aughts, whatever they are. Yeah. And there was this game. I think he was playing a grandmaster from less than central region of Russia. I will not name the grandmaster, even though I remember who that was. I mean, it's kind of irrelevant, and I don't want to, once again, perhaps cause offense, even though I don't think he was particularly offended. And the game went, it was some kind of Queen's Gambit, and Victor got a slightly better position out of the opening. Mm-hmm. But the guy defended very, very well. I mean, he got a passive position, but a very solid position. Okay. So game progressed in that fashion for a while. And then at some point, Victor did realize that, no quiet measures were going to succeed, and it's very likely going to end in a draw. So. To which he reacted. He reacted in a a typical Victor way by opening up his own king side to make it interesting.
Right.
So at some point he was probably losing by force, but Black had an opportunity to give a perpetual, which the young grandmaster sort of embraced with both hands, and the game did end in a draw.
Oh.
And Victor signed the score sheets, got up from his chair, and said, and this is where I'm afraid I will botch the translation, but what he said was along the line of, could it really be that the demand for street sweepers in your hometown is so completely met.
Street sweepers in your hometown.
And I mean, if this happens to you, you don't get offended.
No. Well, these kinds of insults, I mean, they take thought. I mean, this is like deep stuff. I mean, you got to be proud. Of course. Street sweepers, huh?
I find it completely inexplicable when people think that he is rude and should be somehow disciplined or taught how to behave himself. It's just
another thing I must say, I'm a very, very often visitor of the Wijk aan Zee, the Tata Steel tournament, every year here in Holland, and I really enjoy meeting my friends and colleagues and going to the press briefings and speaking to everybody. And there was a period there where Gary Kasparov won 3 Wijk aan Zees, and everybody's in a tizzy, and the whole tournament, people are walking on eggshells because Gary's in it, and they don't want Gary to speak about them directly. And then, a few years went by, and everybody kind of looked around and looked and saw how boring things were. They said, "I miss Gary." I mean, it's great when, Victor Korchnoi was offending everybody and Gary would call his colleagues tourists and what have you. That was fun. Those were, not offending at all.
I think basically it's... I understand some people may not agree, but I think, people like Victor and Gary, they've earned their right to
disparage anybody.
To express opinions, and if some of those opinions rub you the wrong way, it could perhaps be argued that tough.
Get over it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking for a noun after tough, and I know a few, but I don't think I can use any on air. Anyway.
Okay. What have we got?
Some moves in this game. In this game, they're progressing along the lines that we discussed, and I have been sort of trying to find something new to say about this position in terms of actual variations, but I'm a bit stuck. I still think Black is absolutely fine, unless somebody, I think, correctly pointed out to me in a tale in this position after Bishop B1.
Yeah,
Queen A4 might actually be very decent, because if White plays E4, then if not immediately, then at least on the next move, the bishop will be hanging on A1. Because you've closed down the diagonal, so Bishop H7 is no longer possible. And if Knight D4, then Black can play E5, and the pawn on B5 might get lost. So I think C5 is a very decent candidate, but maybe Black can do something else as well. Seems to me we might have a slightly relaxing day today, because the last 3 ply of this game are Bishop D4, Queen C7, Bishop E5. So I think this could be heading for a
the players are heading for the
conclusion.
Yeah, heading for the exits.
So this is what this is, and there has been
Kramnik,
some progress made. So Luke apparently disagrees with me about where the knights where the knights go in this position. So he put the knight on G4, which is actually not such a stupid idea, because it kind of cements the king side. It softens the possible blow of E4, E5, if at all. Right. Now Black doesn't really have to worry about E5 in almost any position. And C6 is aimed at, I'm guessing, cutting off and at least sort of limiting the future of the knight on C3. I'm a bit curious as to what his next, let's say, 3 moves are. I'm guessing something like knight A6, Queen E7, and then consider maybe Bishop D7 and castle long.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
Should Black be taking this bishop on e3? Is that a threat or not in your view?
I think the answer is in his last move. He could have taken already.
Okay.
No, I think. Well, if White wants to avoid this capture, he has to put the bishop on g1, where it does pretty much nothing. And also, the preferred square for the f1 bishop is obviously c4.
Mm-hmm.
And with the setup White has right now, it's hard to imagine it
getting there. Yeah.
Getting there anytime soon. Whereas if you take on e3, it kind of harmonizes White's position a little bit. e5 becomes once again an idea worth considering, and the bishop will come to c4. I mean, obviously, there may come a time where if bishop stays on e3, Black might think, okay, now I'm developed enough, I should just take it.
Right.
But right now, I think his knight on g4 is performing a lot of useful functions, and he is not in any hurry to take.
If I'm White here,
just briefly, we do have one board off. Aronian and Vichy, they found a treefold that suited them fine. So.
Right. If I'm White, I'm sitting there looking at the fact that I'm a pawn down, but I'm also looking at my quote superior development, and I'm trying to think that I need to make hostilities happen sooner rather than later.
This is very true. Yeah, a positional compensation is all good and well, but if you imagine Black actually managing to develop the remainder of his pieces, he's just a pawn up. Right.
So should I play moves like ultra aggressively e4, e5, and if
let's just put this on the board. I mean, there's nothing wrong with taking this pawn, but I just want to make a very brief point that if Black plays g5 here,
closing it down,
you're completely out of squares for any of your pieces. Whereas now Black has bishop e7, bishop e6, and knight d7 as a very comfortable way of finishing development.
Right.
I think this was one of the main points of putting the knight on g4. Luke wants to make sure he can always meet e5 with g5. Mm-hmm. Not allowing opening of any files at all.
Mm-hmm. That's a very good point. That's a pity from White's point of view. So how does White, if the move e5 is wrong, Peter, how does White go about making concrete threats? Should he just?
Listen, I'm a bit confused because even. I've been thinking about going. I mean, d5 is such an ugly move, but you want to make something happen. The problem with d5 is, among other things, Black can reply by playing c5,
right?
And then you probably will have to sacrifice something immediately. I mean, I'm looking at something like d5, and I want to make sure c5 is not forced. Mm-hmm. Black does not have to do this, but then maybe something like this, but. I'm struggling to understand why this is good for White.
Right.
Even though
you're with me on this thought that White had better be in ultra aggressive mode. He can't just sit back and watch Black develop his pieces.
He needs a plan. It doesn't necessarily mean that he has to sort of immediately open files and
go
sort of
crazy,
mate or die.
Yeah,
it's not this time of day yet, but.
Right.
But he needs to figure out a plan here. I mean, if you do something you would normally do if this were, let's say, a Sicilian with opposite color castles. There you go. Let's say I think I'm on the record saying that if I castle long in a Sicilian, I kind of feel itchy until I play King B1. So let's say you waste a tempo on King B1, then you waste a tempo on... Mm-hmm. Actually, this is my problem with this position. We've been talking about this for the past 3 or 5 minutes or whatever it is.
Right.
And I can't figure out where stuff goes. This knight on g4 is just incredibly annoying.
Right.
Not because it threatens anything, but because you feel that, it's a foreign body in White's position, White's position, and you have to somehow remove it. And I'm distracted enough by it to actually suggest knight h2, even though I have no idea what that does, apart from sort of forcing black to take one of my good pieces and wasting a tempo on it.
Right.
But I just think that as long as it's there, it's
like you say, it's a forward body. It blocks you up.
It's incredibly difficult to actually get ahead in any way. I mean, you can play bishop h3, but apart from the fact that it quite possibly loses material after knight takes e3, and then there's the fork, bishop h3, it just achieves nothing. You obviously do not want to take on g4.
No.
Because it will just bring the bishop over there, and, the bishop on g4, with white having no light squared bishop, will be even worse.
Right.
And what is your plan here?
Exactly. Well, I'm just thinking kind of out loud here. If white played normal moves like bishop g2, and if black played like knight a6, what you suggested,
for instance,
and white played rook h1 to e1, and black, I don't know, just to put some moves on the board, played bishop d7, and white played bishop g1, and black played queen a5. I still don't see what exactly it is that white
actually, if you position your pieces this way, I will be extremely tempted to just do this
and laugh at us. Yes.
Yeah, and say, okay, now that you've removed all your pieces from the files that were worrying me,
right?
I might just as well castle, and now I'm a pawn up, and I will have some play on the queen side, and and why am I even worried?
Yeah. Why am I not just winning? I'm a pawn up, and I have a good bishops, and like you said, this foreign body on g4 is actually very bothersome. Yeah. So this is yes.
I think something it has been suggested to me in 165. I think possibly some plan like this, sort of, and then maybe rook d1
to e1.
And then perhaps knight d1 e3 or something like this, because we need to exchange it. I think. I mean, I know it looks kind of stupid to waste 5 moves on it, but honestly, I mean, queen a5 now.
Yeah,
I just don't understand where all this goes. Although here maybe we're now in time to do something like this.
And now finally there's
it's not as if white is completely helpless and black can just do whatever he pleases, but
okay, well that's actually a fairly decent idea.
Yeah, it's at least it gives
d1 e1. Yeah.
It at least gives us some hopes for opening the position up. Although, I mean, as I said, obviously black can take steps to prepare for it. For instance, you can perhaps play knight c7 here, but then maybe d5. Because as let's say is well known from the Benoni, from c7 the knight it's as far away from the e5 square as
we can get.
As it ever will be. So now is the time to cut it off and sort of keep it on c7, and then perhaps play e5 next move, whatever black does. But I mean, even this, let's say knight e5, bishop e5, bishop d4, and something like queen f6.
Right.
Even here, I would much rather be black.
Right.
But what else is there?
Exactly.
Another suggestion is queen d2 followed by bishop c4. But this is kind of an unpleasant thing to do, isn't it?
Right. Because you just play queen d3.
You play the king's gambit, and I was sort of purposely leaving queen d3 sort of unmentioned because I wasn't sure why it was there.
Right.
But maybe it's time to sort of face the slight elephant.
Truth, yes.
Slight elephant in the room. Why do you put it there? Why
step in the way of the bishop?
Why did Nigel consider queen d3 to be a more natural way of proceeding than queen d2? It's a bit mystifying.
Agreed.
I have to say it's a bit mystifying because it's just in the way, and And now you would feel incredibly stupid because in a King's Gambit, I mean, you've already sacrificed a pawn for initiative. And if then you have to develop this initiative by just, well, wasting...
moving all your developed pieces to different squares to get rid of this knight on g4.
It's just a very, very weird way of doing things.
Yeah, a logic glitch, we would say. Yeah. There was a nice line, thank you to Bootylicious for sending this along. In his commentaries, Victor had said, now, maybe Victor didn't realize he was on broadcast when he said it. He said, Kramnik, hold on now, Kramnik is a very good technician, unlike, between us, Nigel Short. When Kramnik plays a line, you know he has prepared it.
Yeah. No, I have this. I have this as well. Yeah, let's let's just briefly go over to Magnus's game because Mickey made rook a8 is always a very natural thing to do, but now c4 is now problematic. I think. C4 is a move which, if you can make, you probably should make. Although, now, come to think of it, I think I might know why he didn't.
Okay. Yeah, c5, c4 looks very consequential, doesn't it? Yeah.
I think this could be the reason why he turned it down. Although, I would still prefer this.
Right.
And if bishop d4, we can maybe go something like rook a5.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not expecting black to be better, but I think we should be able to exchange b5 for c4 and just make a draw.
Yeah, this looks
and the position they have on the board now, white, the moment the queen appears on white's position looks just so much more harmonious. Not compared to black's. I'm comparing it. I'm comparing it to one move ago.
Yeah, to what it was.
Where you could play c4. Hang on. We missed the entire idea. So
that's the idea.
I am now trying to. This is perhaps a much better version. This must be the reason why he didn't play it, I guess.
Queen e2.
But
that's an improvement.
But still, I think you have to...
Are you sure you're trading this? Say rook c1?
I don't know, rook c1, rook c8.
And let's say bishop f1? Just preparing our obvious e4.
Yeah, I understand, but I think... I think you actually have to... Yeah. I think you probably have to play the obvious e4 right away.
Okay.
And then go bishop f1, but
now you get to trade.
Yeah. No, but this could actually get a bit double-edged, although maybe not. I don't think c2 is such a good idea.
Yeah,
and if you're forced to take, then probably white is better. Yeah, this pawn on b5 is a bit of a monster.
But that's double pawns on the f file.
Yeah, but on the other hand, will white ever win this position?
I don't think so. No. Yeah, put the pawn back on g2, and we all like
with the pawn on g2, I'd say white is favorite to win. With the pawn on f3,
no.
I think black should be favorite to hold.
I agree. I definitely agree.
Yeah. So and what we have now is. Oops, sorry, that's the wrong game.
So rook a8, queen c1. So white wants to threaten things like e3, e4, especially as the f4 square is covered.
Yeah,
and maybe
and make you play the h6. And this is I think the problem with Mickey's play these days. He is. He's always been. It's always been his approach. I don't particularly like generalizations, but I think this one is kind of true.
Yeah,
kind of true and appropriate. He he has a very, very good feel for where stuff goes. I seem to be using this phrase a lot, but I think it makes sense. He generally is considered among us, he is a very good, hand player, if you know what I mean.
Right, positional. He puts the pieces where they belong. Yeah,
yeah. He doesn't normally commit, atrocities against piece coordination. But sometimes you do have to calculate. You can't, postpone it forever.
Right.
And I think when he is not on top form, he tends to sort of generalize too much. I think Rook A8, Queen C1, H6 is the sequence of moves which tells me he feels he's okay, probably, but also he just doesn't want to bother with precise forcing play. And I think in this position it's fraught with danger, because if White manages to get all his pieces out somehow, if, let's say, I'm thinking whether E4 is any good, or maybe start with knight D2 first and then put something on C4.
In fact, I like E4 for White. That's very straightforward and very consequent.
But once again, you will have to calculate some lines here. Maybe it's just objectively not very good for tactical reasons.
I see.
Which is why I thought maybe we can start by going knight G2, which we're trying to control as many important squares as possible, and just to finish getting all the pieces in order before doing anything concrete. I mean, I'm not saying White is already much better or anything. I think it's still a perfectly playable position for Black, but I don't like the trend. I think it made sense for Black to, after DC5, BC5, B5, to actually make an effort and perhaps make a forced draw, because I don't think Black can ever be better now. It's not. I don't think Mickey is playing for a win, and if you're not playing for a win, you should perhaps consider whether there's an option of just completely liquidating. You should maybe take it. Magnus just played H3 because I think he also feels that nothing is happening that leads him to believe that Mickey is looking for any forced draws anywhere or forced anything.
Right.
So he is just improving his position slowly because he expects to see sort of a non-event reply.
And H3 might be always H3. A useful move.
Yeah, it's always a useful move also, yeah.
Yes. Question, Peter, do you use a chess engine, a chess program, and which one and why?
I think we all pretty much switched to Houdini.
I certainly have, yes.
I think it's the engine of choice these days, and I'm not using 2.0 though for reasons of laziness more than
not having downloaded it or what have you. Yes,
I have, but I've heard one mildly skeptical review was enough for me to tell myself I'm very happy with 1.5, and
while I was in China, one of the things that really amazed me, I'm talking about Ningbo and the World Team Championships, where basically all the best players were there. I mean, more or less, like I heard 48 people saying Houdini and maybe one person saying Ripka. That was enough for me. Okay, I'll go with Houdini.
I think it's a very decent engine, and why not?
Yeah.
Although I mean, I'm not as engine minded as some other people. I obviously use it when I'm looking at something, but I'm not one for leaving it running for hours and hours and doing all the in-depth analysis. There are all these functions which you can use with any engine.
Right.
Let's say if you're using Fritz, as a nobody's actually using Fritz as the main engine these days, I think, but people are still using Fritz for sharp tactical positions. And also, the point of Fritz these days, I think, is that it gives you a kind of an operating system for engines. Whereas, Houdini, I've never actually seen Houdini as a program. I know it as an engine you can incorporate into ChessBase.
Right. Me too. That's how I use it.
Perhaps it also has a proper interface with menus and stuff, but this is what I would normally use Fritz for. And in Fritz, I guess you can set your default engine as Houdini, and then you can run all those things. There are those things, deep positional analysis and blunder check and all that, and you can feed your analysis to this beast, and it will sort of work overnight and explain to you where you missed an important finesse somewhere.
Right.
I'm not one for doing this on any kind of regular basis, although I do know how it's done.
Right. And on that kind of a note, by the way, do you pay much attention to your actual hardware? Are you trying to run your computer and engine on the most sophisticated Intel chips, or do you just go with whatever is the good thing?
I'm mostly working on my very, very old notebook, but I do have a reasonably, well, not a top of the line by any means, but a reasonable desktop standing in a corner somewhere, which I can
turn on when you need to.
Yeah, which I can use for when I feel I need some horsepower.
Very good. Peter, if you don't mind just for a moment, I have to take a break, and I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, if that's
Sure.
okay. Okay, hold the fort. I'll be right back.
That was kind of unfortunate because Yasser beat me to it by about 5 seconds. I was about to ask for a break myself. So but nothing to be done. In this position, Mickey played Queen A3. Going back to chess, which seems like a decent enough move, because in order to avoid the queen exchange, White will now have to contort himself a little bit. Queen B1 might even might be met by simply Queen A2 maybe. Although I would probably prefer some move like Knight 7 B6, hoping to run the pawn down to maybe C3 even. Once again, I'm not saying black is worse here. I just think he could have been a bit more concrete. And also, the fact that Queen A... I quite like Queen A3, and I think perhaps White could have spent a bit more time in this position, considering what his best options are. And perhaps something like Rook D1 makes some sense in connection with Queen A3, because if White had started with Rook D1 here, after Queen A3, he would have had the option of just going Bishop B2 and solving the entire problem of how to deal with this very easily. So let's do a quick roundup. One game is already drawn. In the game between Nigel and Luke, Nigel did play Rook E1, to which Luke replied Knight G7, which is... I kept on trying to play Knight A6, and I don't think Knight A6 is bad, but Knight G7 is also obviously fine. Knight might then go to either, well, under favorable circumstances, maybe even F6, but also Knight can, let's say, go to B6 and just be kept there for a second. Or if you're feeling very fancy, you can go Knight F8 and then put it on G6 or E6, depending on the circumstances. And well, Nigel is he still needs to demonstrate what his plan is in this position. It's not immediately clear to me how to. He needs to do something soon before Black finishes development, and I'm not sure what this is. And we haven't discussed the Kramnik Howell game for a while. Up until 2 moves ago, they were still following the line we discussed with Yasser, but here instead of the proposed bishop e3, Kramnik played g3 and put the bishop on f4. But still, it's a typical structure for the Queen's Gambit accepted. White seems to have more space and to have a nice, well, somewhat attacking position. But on the other hand, Black's structure is incredibly solid. He has no weaknesses. And if he manages to solve the immediate problems and contain White's initiative, he has a pawn majority on the queen side, which might actually be telling in the long run. My idea, as I was looking at this position, sort of idly while we were talking about other things, was knight e5, with the idea of switching it over to g4 if bishop f6. But now I think that knight e5 should be met by c4, just completely ignoring it. And Black wants to go knight b3, and then perhaps knight c5, knight e6 if need be. And if White goes something like queen h5, Black could even maybe take on g5 if he is forced to. Let's say bishop d5, e g5, and perhaps some move like f6, driving the knight back, and then blockading the play. Let's say knight f3, and now some move like bishop d6, or maybe even something like g6, and if queen goes to h6, then rook f7, planning to go bishop f8. As you can see, I always look to make it into a Grunfeld. After bishop f8, this will look very Grunfeldy, with a pawn on g5, which could be a target for black pieces, and the structure on the king side also very reminiscent of Grunfeld. Anyway, Vladimir made a move I was also considering, because I realized knight e5 does nothing. I thought perhaps his most reasonable choice here is to go a4, because he catches Black in a split second where he is not in time to go c4 and knight b3. So he will have to make some kind of a slightly unpleasant decision here, because the b5 pawn is hanging and he needs to do something about it. You could go b4, but this of course spoils the structure quite a bit. So b4 will be perhaps his last choice, and I think objectively the best move in the position might be knight c4. That would be my original impression. Although the problem with this is not, of course, bishop takes c4, bc4, queen c4, because in this position I thought Black could play queen c6, and he should have fairly decent compensation for the pawn, because with the pawn on g3, those two bishops should provide enough play. But then I realized that in the position after a4, knight c4, White could just play b3. And my plan was to reply to this with knight b6, but then I realized this might lose a pawn. Although Black does have queen takes e4 in this position, which seems to hold the material balance somehow. Let's go back to the position for a second. Let's see what else David could possibly do here, apart from b4 and knight c4. He takes b5 is a huge threat. It has to be countered somehow. So I don't think his choices are actually that wide. And honestly, I think b4 is a really, really unpleasant move to make. So I expect I mean, unless knight c4 loses, he should probably aim to play knight c4. Of the choices available to black, I like. I mean, that I discovered so far, I like knight c4 the best. Although I'm not ecstatic about it, to be honest. It seems to hang by a thread.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm discussing. Well, discussing is perhaps a wrong word to use. I'm trying to feel the dead air with my thoughts. Yeah, my thoughts on Kramnik Howell, and a4 is an unpleasant little move because, as I was saying, Vlad manages to catch David in a moment where, you know, his pieces are sort of in flux and not exactly well coordinated.
Could you go back to this move Queen C8, because I didn't see the refutation of Bishop D6. Do you see a refutation of Bishop D6?
And what next?
Pardon me, I was looking at Bishop D5, and no, I'm walking into something.
Yeah. I think you're sort of inviting trouble here.
Yes,
no,
most
but
probably.
The other sort of
lesser evil
salient point is perhaps
Queen B6.
He could have and should have gone to B6.
Mm-hmm.
Simply because after A4 there would be no threat.
Right.
And I think right now A4 is a
really a ticklish move.
It's very discombobulating. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that the word I'm looking for?
Yes.
No,
yes, indeed. Very good, Peter. I mean, why is your English so good? I think a lot of people would like to know. As a Russian speaker, first of all, your accent is a slight accent. We've heard Russian speakers with heavy accents. Did you spend time in the West or studied in the West?
No, it's all
music, movies.
Yeah, it's all from human interaction and watching too many
Hollywood.
Too much foreign TV. It's not actually Hollywood as such. I'm not a fan of what they're doing these days, but I think once again we should probably not go off on that particular tangent. But
okay,
I think what the Americans in particular are doing on TV these days is just so much better than what they're doing in the medium of film. That it's just, as they say on the forums, A-neck, and it's not even close.
A-neck? What's that?
A-I-N-E-C. And it's A-I-N-E-C, and it's not even close.
And it's not even close. Uh-huh.
I think, yeah, so it comes from watching too much Breaking Bad and the rest of it.
Well,
anyway,
it hasn't been injurious to your English, not at all. Much appreciated. But after Queen C8, A4, Kramnik has presented David with concrete problems to solve, shall we say?
Yeah, I've been advocating knight c4 here.
Aha. Offering a pawn for the light squared bishop, yeah? And is it really full? I can't imagine it's full compensation, but just to explain your ideas.
I think it's white shouldn't trade off I think white should keep the a pawns on, so I think it should go like this. And I was hoping to go queen c6 here.
Okay. And after rook takes d8, you're going to still play rook takes d8 and not be intimidated by knight e5? Is that the idea?
Excuse me?
Rook takes d8 for white.
Yeah, I thought takes. My point is that I was hoping this was possible.
Right.
Although this, the line has to be continued.
Exactly.
And black would have to prove he's not lost here.
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it looks scary for a second, but in fact, all the stuff hanging along the 7th is perhaps a bigger factor here than the somewhat insecure king on h1.
Mm-hmm.
That's...
So just to continue the line, queen takes b2?
Queen b2 and just put it on some safe square. I've no idea what that is.
The safe square, yes.
Maybe...
I suppose e1 is a safe square.
But I mean, the line does continue. It's not as if black is completely helpless.
No.
And anyway, this is perhaps black's best bet because what I wanted to... My point was, if after knight e5 you don't take on e4 and play something like queen e8 and allow white to just play f3 unmolested, you're just a pawn down for not very much.
And it's not going to be a joy to play against Vladimir.
Although even here you can maybe argue there's compensation because after queen c5 I have this. And I actually... Well, I wanted to say I win material, but I don't actually.
You're still 2 pawns down at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's all not ideal for black. But on the other hand, what choice does he have now that he has played queen c8? I mean, there is b5 before, and I've already mentioned this move like 5 times on air, and I've been incredibly reluctant to even put it on the board.
Right.
I just dislike it so much.
Exactly.
But maybe I mean, faced with the choice whether you either have to give up a pawn, and also just briefly, I showed it on the board before you came back on, Yasser, but I just want to tell you, there's also b3, which is a very serious move. And I was trying to make something like this work. And I don't see how it loses. But
you're distrustful for good reasons, yeah?
But I really... I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Yeah, this is what I wanted to say.
Right.
So knight c4 is a move aesthetically perhaps more pleasing than before, but it is an actual pawn sacrifice.
Right.
And before isn't. So maybe we should actually discuss this. I mean, before does have a if black gets c4 in, if white somehow allows c4 next move, the position will look so much better. It will not really look that ugly. But if white just does something like, let's say, rook ac1 here, I suppose you have to play rook e8 or something.
Protecting that bishop on e7, so you're ready to liberate somehow, yeah?
And, optically it looks like white should be doing very, very well, but as usual with this type of positions, you still need to prove it somehow.
Right.
I mean, 95 bishop d5, e d5, bishop d6, so it's
black is fine, yeah.
Yeah, black is probably fine. What were you going to suggest?
I was going to say bishop takes b7.
Let's say
queen takes b7, rook takes d8. I don't know, rook takes d8, and I don't know, knight e5 here may allow the knight to b3 to d4. So I thought knight b3 to d4
is one thought, and knight
so
d2, but then
d2, yeah, with the idea, of course, bishop e3, yeah.
Yeah, but on the other hand, black does have the d file, so. Even if, let's say, you get knight c4 in,
okay,
it perhaps is not.
So you play a waiting move like h6, for
perhaps
example.
something like h6. Yeah.
Okay, bishop e3. And again, if Kramnik gets his grippers on the position, gets, the ideal 3 versus 2 with a safe majority on the queen side. And
It will not be pleasant, but on the other hand, perhaps this is holdable. I'm not sure what I would prefer if I were black and I had to choose between b4 and passive defense for pretty much the rest of the game, or knight c4 and some kind of brief but exciting life.
But you mentioned knight c4, and you said that white probably shouldn't exchange the a pawns, and I found that instinctive comment intriguing. Why not? I mean, after all, there is a rook on a1, and isn't white after knight c4, a b5?
It's
opening
one less,
up his a
I
file?
think it's one less weakness, basically in a position.
Exactly.
And you want to take on c4 here? Yeah?
Yes, exactly. And I'm thinking, are you happy?
Here,
the a
no.
file
For instance, my point was, in this position, it might be losing by force, but if it's not,
okay,
queen e6 might be closer to draw than to a loss here. Whereas with pawns on a4 and a6, there's an additional pair of pawns you would have to exchange later on. My point is here, I mean, queen e6 pretty much forces the capture, and then some move like knight g2, I guess, because it seems to me rook a7 is just never good because of bishop takes e4. Or is it? Hang on.
Yes.
Yeah.
And now knight d2. Right?
Yeah, I'm a bit curious.
This looks like an oopsie daisy.
Or does it?
Whoa.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is probably not very nice for black, yeah?
Not very nice at all, actually. Bishops of opposite color, and he who has the initiative has a big edge, big advantage.
Yes, it's true. But my point was, and I'm not suggesting I'm correct. I just thought if some kind of endgame arises, it is beneficial for white to have as many pawns on the queen side as possible, because in positions where you're pawn up but you're a bishop and a knight against two bishops, the more space that there is for bishops, the better drawing chances are. Yeah, so that was my argument. That was why I said that perhaps white shouldn't harry with
a b.
Anyways, David decided in favor of b4. So let's let this stew for a second and have a look at the other stuff.
Okay.
Knight d7. Nigel immediately spotted the one thing this allows.
Aha! So he did, by the way, play rook e1.
Yeah, and after knight d7, as you remember, I advocated keeping the knight away from d7 for precisely this point, because I wanted to meet e5 with d5.
Exactly.
If at all possible. That was my preference. And now after e5, well, d5 runs into e6, obviously, so he had to take, and now bishop h3, and although I still think black is doing excellently well after something like, the first thought that comes to my mind is knight b6. Okay. Keeping stuff under control, and now you perhaps want to take on e3 next move. And I'm still unclear.
Where's the compensation?
Yeah, on what the big plan is.
Well, here I can see a trick maybe based on bishop g4, knight e5, bishop e5, queen e4. Yeah,
very true.
Well, of course, if black could trade queens, he's just smooth sailing towards victory. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a very good point, which is perhaps why
Howell hasn't, McShane hasn't jumped.
Yeah, after 95, perhaps we'll have to play bishop e6, but this already looks much, much better for white than everything we've seen before.
Precisely.
Let's dwell on this for a sec.
One question, Peter, I'm not really too sure on. I'm not keen on White's position at all, but I don't see the problem, I don't see the problem with knight e3. Can you just look at that?
Probably there isn't any, but
queen takes, and then just the straightforward castles long, and just saying
short, yeah,
or short, yeah, just getting out of dodge.
Let's say I
simply take, and now we need to just double check knight e5, rook e8 doesn't inspire, or does it?
Oh, we can start. No, you probably don't want to allow e6, yeah.
Right.
You will probably want to stop e6 if you at all can. So let's have a look at this. Takes. Let's say takes. Let's take on h3, so that White is even more misplaced than he was. It actually looks like it works.
Mm-hmm.
This to me. And if it works, you can just resign.
Precisely.
Yeah, the point about this particular tactic is that if it goes through,
it's really good.
The game is kind of over. But hang on, queen c5,
b6, more or less.
Yeah,
box.
And queen c6.
And then what do we have? Rook takes, bishop takes. There's a pawn hanging on h6. Oops.
Yeah, even that is not really the end of the world. It's probably a draw because there's no mate with the bishop on e5 or g7 or wherever it is the bishop will be. But we want more for black.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, the rook is hanging on h3. So instead of the move c6, if we go back, we can play queen f6. So the idea is after a trade on e1.
Yeah, take and bishop queen f1 is just winning. Yeah.
Right.
Well spotted, that man.
That rook on h3 is a little bit embarrassing, isn't it?
Rook on h3 is not a very nice piece. Yeah, hang on a sec.
Sure.
Okay.
So
I always try to jump back. It's a I find it's a little game I play with myself. I try to figure out exactly how many ply I have to go back to jump exactly to the position I want to discuss.
Oh, you do. You do that consciously. You think in terms of ply. I've never thought in terms of
there's
ply.
this. It's basically there's this command on ICC back and then the number of ply, which is the only way to go back to some kind of position without clicking on an arrow for a minute. So, I always try to jump there in one go. It kind of it's a matter of professional pride. You
Very
find
good.
pride. You find pride wherever you can.
I like that. Yeah. Okay, so how are we doing this White's facing oblivion after e5 takes d4. So the line we were looking at went d4 takes e5, right? That was kind of our start. Knight takes.
No, but
e5,
I don't see where the branches are. This just looks like an absolutely straight line. You cannot not take on e5 here because there are just no other candidates.
Right, knight bishop
e5,
c8, knight f3 looks like
bishop c8, knight f3 is resignable.
Right.
So in this position, you can take on f7, I suppose, but you're just lost after that.
Right.
So you have to take on h3, rook e8. And you can play some move which forces the recapture on e5 and then take on h6 in the end. But
so something like a queen g1 move.
Queen f3 or queen g1 or whatever.
Right.
But the problem is, with the queen side entirely intact, black will just be a pawn up.
Right.
It's perhaps not lost, but it's very close to it.
Right. So that was why we tried queen c5, and we walked into this.
But queen c5,
queen
you
f6.
spotted a very nice tactic. Yeah, very nice tactic. And once again, I don't see any options for it. The knight is hanging. There's nothing on the board that can protect it.
Right.
So you have to play knight g3, and then takes queen f1 just collects
the piece back. Yeah.
Collects the piece back with interest. Yeah. So,
if knight d7 doesn't have a refutation, and on the contrary, it works nicely.
So, what else is there? We can try... No, but bishop d7, black could even start with d4.
That's an insult. Yeah.
That's somewhat uninspiring.
Right.
And knight takes e5 is a worse version of
everything.
same position.
Mm-hmm.
Which leads me to conclude that we should perhaps look at this.
Okay.
Ugly as it may seem.
And
but
castles.
Now after castles,
there are more options, but it looks...
Well, none of them jump out at me. I don't know. Maybe something like this.
Okay, so you're hoping for a future knight g5, yeah?
Something fancy like this, yeah.
White's really skating on the edge of just horrible loss here.
Yeah, no, I think let's say if you are playing this position against the machine,
it's over. Yeah, you want to resign. Yeah,
you would already be making dinner plans in your mind.
I turn off the computer actually, but yes.
Yeah, it just looks.
Yeah, you're really fishing in.
Yeah, I mean, knight g5 is not even
the loss of the world.
It is a threat, but yeah, I don't know. I think knight e4 could be where White's hopes lie here, but I still think Black should be able to handle it somehow.
Exactly.
I don't know, something like. Although. This is not ridiculous.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, this is not ridiculous. Although, let's say e4.
Right. Straight.
And if knight g5, I want to go knight f6.
Right.
And pretend you have so many pieces hanging, I will at some point capture some of them.
Exactly.
And I keep on interrupting you, and people are very upset about this. So
you're doing good. You're doing good. I'm not upset at all. No, you're making some very nice points here. That 94 is a reach by White, but
what
he
else
has
is
to
there?
do something. Exactly. What else is there?
In this position, if you just take on e5 and Black goes knight c5, and then starts trading pieces, I think you're just objectively lost.
Precisely.
My feeling would be it must be objectively lost for White, because although, I mean, you could maybe go for some position like this and pretend that, I don't know, queen c5, bishop g2 worries me slightly, but let's say rook h3, knight e6, and now some move like perhaps queen g4, with the idea to follow it up with knight e4 and pretend you have some sort of a grip on the king side.
Right.
And therefore have some compensation. And if White does manage to get knight e4 in, perhaps he will have some compensation here. Maybe we're judging this too harshly.
Maybe, but
No, I know I'm stretching here. I mean, I understand
but you have
that
to do these kinds of things when you're in a desperate situation.
It's a very thin line here. I mean, if White doesn't do something fast,
concrete, yeah,
Black will just consolidate, and then he will be a pawn up for not very much.
Right.
So, sorry.
Not at all.
Big decision coming up here. Nigel has to take with the rook, I believe, because queen e3 just.
Yeah. Well, let's look at that variation again, because you're a perk defense player at times. I've certainly been a perk defense player my whole career. And, of course, we would think after castles, d4 takes e5, knight c5, queen c4, that line you were mentioning.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if we were to slip our pawn back to g6, we would just think game over.
No, yeah. With the pawn on g6, with the pawn on g6, Black would quite clearly be almost winning. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we
No,
would.
but it does make a bit of a difference that it is on G5. I mean, let's not kid ourselves.
So we win a pawn for having weakened our f5 square. That's basically what it's come down to. And if white exploit the f5 square, he's got some compensation. If he can't, he's lost.
Pretty much, yeah.
We can sum
pretty much.
Rather straightforward.
I think it's a question of finding one or two precise decisions here.
Mm-hmm.
If we could somehow keep what I'm looking for in my what is loosely termed mind is this. I would like to keep the knight on c5 so that not to allow knight e4 f6 in any shape or form. But I'm unhappy about knight g4.
Yeah, now you're encouraging the occupation of f5, and maybe you'll regret that one.
Yeah, I'm sort of one tempo short here.
Right.
If I could play, let's say, queen e7 and b5, because c4 is a very, very nice square for the queen.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like my problem with this is that I would like to find a cleaner way for
black
for Luke somehow.
Right.
But I can't see it. I think let's go through this move by move. After rook e3, it makes no obvious point to me why do you delay castling here? I think it makes no sense to delay castling here.
Right. So
castles d5.
And just pause here.
Yeah, this is where I wanted to stop for a second, because maybe we can find a solution here which is better than the previous one.
Except, to be frank, e6 frightens us, right?
E6, yeah, e6. we do not want to allow e6, but perhaps knight b6, strangely enough, is a tempo for black, not for white.
Uh-huh. And again, queen, you don't want to allow the trade of queens in any form.
Generally speaking, no, but I've been thinking about this. Perhaps, although, yeah, it's very unnatural. I mean, bishop takes c8 is not completely ridiculous. Let's say bishop c8, queen d3, rook d3, rook c8, and now knight e4, planning to give check on f6, and then play against this king. It's not stupid.
No, it's not.
I'm just assuming, it will be a hard choice for white to make, to just start swapping when you're pawn down. Although, no, but yeah, the problem with this is that the king can run. Now I'm prepared to meet knight f6 check with just king f8. So
right.
Yeah, this is probably incorrect. So queen e2 e4.
E4.
E4. I wanted to take. Whoops. Hang on.
On h3. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to take and go 95.
Okay.
That was my point. I want to try and trade off
lots of pieces. Yes.
Yeah, the most pieces I can. Yeah, that's
okay. So if I manage to remain cooperative, knight takes e4, knight takes d5.
Yeah, this is what I've been sort of
wrestling with.
About.
Knight.
Yeah.
Yes, that was the trick. Knight g5.
Yeah. And this is the position where I stopped, and this probably is a draw after something like knight f5.
Right. White has done well. He's bailed out.
Yeah, black is probably slightly better, but ever so slightly. But but it should be a draw.
I think Nigel would be very happy to squirm away into such a position.
This should be a dream scenario. And also black could maybe go cd5, actually.
Right, and then we would start with queen f5.
Some like queen c8.
Yeah, and g4 and the old light squared
this is
occupation.
A very nice point. Yes, because if you Yeah, let's just put this on the board. It seems like you're blundering a piece, but you're not actually.
Right.
Not at all.
But unfortunately, maybe black has a trick after g4, rook g3.
Yeah, which is why I was about to... I was about to suggest this move, actually.
Oh. Because of h5.
Yeah, with the same idea.
Right.
Although
Wow.
here
tricky,
obviously it's this is obviously much less clear, and perhaps after king h7 we will be forced to recapture, and we will have to. But probably white should make a reasonably comfortable draw here.
Right.
What do you think? It doesn't look life-threatening.
Not terrifying.
Yeah, this looks like a rook endgame, which should be savable. So we seem to be hanging on grimly with white, yeah?
Yeah, that's a big success, actually. But we had to do it in a very kind of contorted way. Rook takes e3 is not...
it has been played. It has been played already, so yeah.
Sometimes
times
necessity is the mother of invention, yeah?
Very true. So they're almost at the... Hang on.
Yes.
It's very strange. Because I don't... This is very weird.
What?
It's completely unimportant, but I have a reasonably large board on which I'm moving the pieces.
Yes.
And so I have moves with numbers on the screen. And it says 14 rook takes e3 castles.
Right.
Just above the buttons, yeah?
Right.
But it says P. Svidler gets an update from game 4, last move 15 castles. That just... I tend to notice these things and get upset,
Yeah. Well, somebody's interested in ply. Yeah, you're kind of saying, well, there's a pair of moves missing. Yeah. There's a pair of moves missing.
And Nigel went 94 rather quickly, and now even the moves corrected themselves, so it's all fine. So our plan was to reply to this by e takes d4, and now I think maybe Nigel's point is you can just go rook e1 and say, okay, I have no pawns left, but now I have actually rather nice pieces.
Right.
So let's go. But actually, no. But this allows knight f6. The point of e4 is not that black wins an additional pawn. I think the point is black needs to secure f6 for the knight. It very much, a lot hinges on whether black can keep the knight on f6 for any length of time. And if you go knight takes g5 here, then black goes knight e4. Forcing white to recapture with the knight, and now basically the knight is too far away from good squares.
Right.
And black should be winning after something like rook e8. Because the knight, it should be on... For white to have compensation here, the knight should be on f5 already.
Right.
And even then, it will be unclear whether he's doing that well. But with a knight on e4 and no immediate path to... I mean, you can play g4. You probably should play g4 here, but, something like for rook e6 or queen d5 or some move like that, or maybe even queen a5 to begin immediate hostilities on the other flank.
Not to mention the e1 rook is hanging, right?
Yeah, black should be doing excellently well here. So what is the point after e4?
And the other question that I had, well, I mean, we probably, in real chess, we can do this as commentators, but in real chess, we would probably take on d4 as our primary move. But you'd also have to give f7, f5.
Yeah, no, but after f5, that was my initial idea. But what's the next move?
Okay, we move our king. We're saying we're not really afraid of the h line, and we're just trying to win material, probably in a very stupid way. But how can we win material without?
But now you're actually only one pawn up. You have
that's not.
You're only one
lot.
pawn up, and the knight is about to jump. It will go to either e6 or f7, and both are going to be painful.
Right. Okay. So I apologize.
I think f5 was my first idea, but
okay. So castle's 94.
Yeah, but queen b3 check bothers me.
With good reasons. Here, again, besides the move takes e5 takes d4, which would be everybody's primary move, I'm just wondering if there... Okay, so let's do it then. Sorry, we'll just do it. e5 takes d4, and you had suggested rook e1? Was that...
Yeah, but actually, I'm beginning to wonder if this could be any good. I don't know.
Okay, so we take the rook.
We take the rook, and they take on, let's say, d7.
Now we really are worried about knight f6 check. In fact, it's a good time to panic.
You have to start being careful now.
Yeah, well, like I said, panic was the word that.
It's about time we started paying attention to what's going on. I mean,
it's
not
again?
mate.
F5,
we're exchange up.
Only. Okay, that's too bad. But okay, f5 might win more.
Let's say check. And let's say queen e6.
So we see your horrible rook h6.
Yeah, but it's not actually mate.
Right. It's not completely horrible.
No, hang on. Is there anything else? Is there anything else? Is there anything else?
This reminds me of so many of my own attacks where I seem to run out of firewood at crucial moments. The loss of the rook on e3 really stung.
Yeah. Although it does look like white should have something here.
Yeah, doesn't it?
Hang on. Queen b3 is, such an obvious move. I made it without even, pausing for breath. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't see what the other options are. I'm not sure that there are any.
Right.
Interesting.
Definitely.
But, I mean, from a practical standpoint, Luke has 24 minutes for the 25 remaining moves.
Right.
And he needs to, at least once in the remaining moves, he will have to calculate a ton.
True.
Perhaps, it's quite possible he's, let's say, 2 correct, bouts of calculation away from being completely winning. But he still needs to
find those moves
to do that. Yeah. Also, let's just for a second. I think there's a choice which needs to be mentioned, even though I don't think it's optimal. Right. There's this shot.
Okay, so we take that guy with our knight.
Now I realize why it's not good. Yeah, it just gives away all of our extra pawns, and white will continue attacking. No, this is just not good.
Right.
This is not an actual option.
Right.
Hang on. Oops, wrong copy.
Okay.
So this is how it went, yeah.
Right. We took, and now
seems like we stopped sort of one ply short of black resigning, which is kind of unfortunate.
Just at the time, I recall you mentioning it seems like white should have something. Queen g6 is that something, isn't it?
Yeah. Queen g6 kind of qualifies as something, I think. Qualifies as something pretty decent.
Ooh. Well, then it suddenly becomes a very serious tactical variation. Shall we go back to knight? We took the rook because that's what we're supposed to do when our opponents have their pieces hanging.
So e4, knight f.
And now, the desirous knight e5 runs into knight f6 mate.
Runs into mate in 2, yeah, which is once again less than ideal.
Right. So if we played a move like rook e8,
yeah, I've been wondering about this, but this you should even sort of immediately recognize what game it looks like. Huh? This is the Spassky Bronstein, yeah.
Knight takes f7.
Yeah, It looks, and there white was actually a whole rook down.
Right.
Here he's not, so he should just be entirely winning.
Exactly.
That's
assume. A nice shot. Knight f7. It's almost like black's pieces are picture perfect for allowing this guy.
Well, this is exactly where they were. No, with the bishop, he had a bishop on f8 and a pawn on g7. But I mean, the other setup is exactly the same. And honestly, if you take off the rook on e3, if you just take it off the board, black probably is winning. But I was about to say white doesn't even need that rook, but probably he does. So Luke is possibly in a bit of a quandary here.
Okay, so besides one last look. Pardon me. So we take on e4, we take on g5. Okay, now we've more or less refuted. Yes.
Yeah, but you haven't refuted this.
No.
And frankly, I don't think you're going to. No, I think this is the end.
This is the end. Are we so sure? So, for example, after a silly move, rook e8, well, you may just take the rook.
Knight f6 check kind of finishes the game.
It does. Thank you. That clears the cobwebs. That's for sure.
Yeah. No, I think you kind of have to go f5.
Okay.
But I mean, you can't in clear conscience be hoping this will not lose. I mean, knight d6, d7, rook e8, bishop f8, and now something. I mean, I will never
knight f7. Yeah.
Knight f7 or queen e8.
That might be no, it's not mate. I beg your pardon. Sorry.
I mean, I'm kind of surviving here for at least for now.
Right.
But honestly, it doesn't look very inviting.
It's not inspiring. No.
And Luke took a practical decision and went knight f6. But now, hang on. Why was I not discussing this? This is. I think I just assumed that because he will have to recapture the queen, allowing some kind of a tempo with d5 in some way, this is just not good. But in fact, it's just very, very distant. No?
Right. So here, I think.
Hang on. Let me just.
Right.
Can white do the same?
Haven't we seen a position like this before?
Well, this is less of a disaster for black because you can, for instance, do something like hg, bishop c8, and now perhaps knight e4, queen e4, rook e8, and sort of run for your life.
Right.
But yeah, it looks good for white. How good I'm not sure, but. It looks like it could be quite good for white because after bishop b7, you can't actually go ed4 because white ends up being actually a whole rook up, not even an exchange. Let me just
show us,
briefly show why.
Oops, nice.
Yeah, so looks like knight fg5 is critical. Let's just for a second, let's go back here because there has been development. After rook ac1, David decided to make a kind of a forcing move. He went bishop c6, which would probably be a good idea if it didn't have a tactical flaw, yeah, which was immediately pointed out by Vlad. And now I think black is, well, as far as I can tell, almost lost.
Right, his whole position is hanging.
well, you pretty much have to go bishop f6 or bishop e7 wherever it doesn't. It doesn't really matter. I just take on a5, and this rook cannot be captured because it has, first of all, a6 is just hanging. I just realized not only it cannot be captured, it will take on a6 next move. So it's a bit of a moot point if you can capture it. And black has to do something like bishop d5, and I don't know, ed.
Well, the beautiful point about this specific
maybe rook e8,
Peter, is it's very illustrative of the line you were mentioning. White shouldn't be playing a takes b5 because that pawn on a6 can be a future weakness.
Yeah,
here it is.
If you imagine this position without the pawns on a4 and a6, black actually probably has decent drawing chances.
Right.
He might not be entirely dead even here. Actually, the more I look at this, the more I think that game at least will continue. But objectively, white is probably close to winning here.
Maybe e takes d5 wasn't. Oh,
yeah. There's Quincy white one check in the end. So at some point you will have to take with the pawn. The choices you can take off rooks in any which way. Maybe the best way is actually this way, no? And if rook e8, I want to take on a6 now, and get it in this version.
I see.
So, also, just briefly, perhaps after bishop f6, white could even consider the luxury of going e5 first. So
that's a very nice luxury.
So that he doesn't actually have to calculate any of this stuff. And if something, but I'm mildly worried about some lines beginning with queen d7.
Then we slurp a pawn, slurp the knight. I think. Oh, hold on. Why am I slurping the knight? Why aren't I slurping the bishop? E takes f6 and scaring your on the king side.
It's just very good. Yeah,
that's very good. Yeah,
it's just not very good for black. It's very true. Yeah, and if queen b7, I thought white could just take on c6 and take on f6, and he should be
ecstatic.
Despite not being sort of up on material as yet, he should be very close to winning here.
Right.
Yeah. No, I think
extra white pawns appearing on f6 can be
white is very close to being completely winning. And Mickey is doing this. Mickey is doing the sort of a Chigorin route. Yeah.
Right.
Let's just go through this briefly. We left it somewhere around here.
h3, I think, was
h3, queen a3, and then black started chasing the queen.
Okay.
And Magnus prompted f6, and then went rook c1. And Mickey replied to it by exchanging off the knight and setting up this blockade. And now Magnus went queen b1.
Right.
And it's a tricky kind of a position because, well, the b5 pawn looks mildly vulnerable, but it's actually quite difficult to attack. And also you have to constantly watch over the king side, because now, I mean, with the rook on a8, bishop h5 check and queen g6 is perhaps not a huge deal, but it could become a problem. Let's say if black plays rook a5 here, then bishop h5 and queen g6 becomes a much bigger problem, because there will be problems with the 8th rank. So
right, that's very, very fast.
Yeah, black is a bit stretched here. You know, his position looks okay for now, but you still need to make moves.
Exactly.
And for white, it's quite easy to imagine how he could,
Improve. Yeah.
Like something like, for instance, in some positions, I'm not saying directly immediately right now, but something perhaps like King H2 Rook G1 could be in order in some positions, and then switch your entire attention to the king's side.
Right. Well, how about, can you just refute a direct line? Suppose we play F5, really like completely ignorant, like we don't know what we're doing. We just blocked queen from coming to H7 or to G6.
Okay.
So,
I'm trying to figure out if I need to
check or not.
If I need to provoke G6 or not. Yeah. I don't see a blind bit of difference. So let's just do it out of spite.
Yes, G6. Away we go. Now you have actually three very good choices. F3, D1, E2, yeah?
Let's put it here.
Okay. And quickly trade off queens before... before I get batteried.
Nobody's trading any queens.
No, I know you're not. Okay, so what kind of position is this? It's
an interesting one.
Definitely.
If white can
I saw
consolidate.
I saw a game of Kamsky's. Maybe it probably made too strong an impression on me in Kazan. He gave up his queen for a rook and a knight and a very powerful pass pawn. Or maybe it was actually against Topalov in their match in Sofia.
This is not such a...
Is this completely trivial? I'm not so sure.
No.
That's a
I'm not sure about C4 though.
Yeah, well, okay, but
it gets inside.
Well, is there a threat for white?
Not just yet, no.
So let's say we play Rook B1 or Rook A2, yeah, just to maybe prepare our new lady.
Yeah. Hang on. I think this could be a good point, actually. Somebody asked me if this was any good.
Right.
I can just take. No.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to do. This was like go ahead and crush his routine, but I don't see the kill.
Neither do I, no. This probably is still not at all worse for white, but I think if I just give checks, there is nothing better than repetition. Although knight e7 and knight bg5 could be okay. I mean, in this position.
Right.
Maybe black could actually play for a win.
Exactly. The knights make very good defenders, don't they?
Yeah.
There's rook g8 on the agenda, by the way.
Excuse me?
Yeah, rook g8 is on black's agenda.
Sorry, yeah. Rook g8 was actually winning before knight g5, so I apologize, yeah.
No worries.
Yasser, can you give me 5
Absolutely.
minutes?
Oh, please take a break whenever you need. A coffee, tea, relax your voice.
Parched, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be back in a sec.
Okay. Well, everybody, that was our guest commentator, Peter Svidler of St. Petersburg, one of the world's elite grandmasters online for all of this wonderful time, sharing his knowledge and insight and stories. It's a great treat for me, I must say. So I will take over the controls for a moment as Peter takes a break. And just look at that Luke McShane game, because that is really a fun game. And knight f6, at first, we had been rather dismissive of white's attack, but our desirous e5 takes d4 was unfortunately, if for Luke McShane fans, met by this extraordinary line, as white is threatening this awesome check on f6, as we can see now. and white just is in time to deliver checkmate. So it was this move, e5 takes d4, knight takes, that dissuaded Luke and convinced him that he had to play knight f6. So in this position, let me just make sure I am up to date. Indeed, I am. We were looking at straightforward lines. So, for example, a straightforward line might be bishop takes h7, bishop h3 takes c8. What am I saying? Let's just have a look-see for just a moment. Rook takes c8, knight takes f6, queen takes f6, knight takes knight f3 takes. This doesn't look very threatening. This doesn't look very threatening. And so I guess our key line was knight on f3 takes g5. Why didn't we like this? Probably because of knight takes e4, with the threat of queen g5 takes, and this pawn is hanging. Is it so simple? Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. Either with a trade on h3 or without. Probably with a trade on h3. I don't think that rook on h3 is that good. And black is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 pawns ahead. That's not very attractive for black. So what happened here? Attractive for white. So knight f6. So imagine we just trade, just for argument's sake, just for a moment, and we get a position like this. I'm having a hard time seeing the real compensation here for white. That just looks like an extra pawn. Maybe there's some tricks. I tend to doubt it. And I would say this is simply insufficient. Insufficient compensation. Maybe it's better than what Nigel was facing back here after the move rook e1. Neither Peter nor I particularly like the move knight d7. Okay, just a second back here. Oops, that wasn't what I wanted. Okay, I'm sorry, I just have to do it a different way. Back here, we really had some doubts about white's compensation. Here on move 11 came the move knight d7, and Peter was mentioning that knight a6, he always wants to meet e5 with d5 by black, trying to keep the position closed. The problem, or as it turned out, after knight d7, e5, it was no longer possible to keep the position closed. The problem is the desirous d5 ran into e6, and in case of f takes e6, queen g6 check is very serious, not to be taken lightly at all. So the problem with knight d7 is that after e5, black couldn't keep the position closed. And we got the game position where white is to play.
Hello again.
Hi there, Peter.
What did I miss?
I'm just reflecting on the Nigel Short, Luke McShane game. And Luke played this very practical move, knight f6, and I've been trying to find compensation for Nigel, and I don't have full compensation, or he doesn't have full compensation.
So Nigel went bishop takes c8. What could be the idea of that? I honestly thought this was kind of impossible because of e4, but probably I'm missing something because Nigel wouldn't have played it. I thought black could just include e4 now.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say knight g4, rook c8.
Right.
And now I'm prepared to really start swapping down.
Right.
But maybe knight f5, queen g3, and now some move. Mm-hmm. Knight h6. Or
how bad is knight f6, bishop f6, rook d3?
Or something like this, yeah, perhaps.
Yeah.
Precisely. Oops. And I don't know, something like maybe rook d8.
Right.
Well, it's
not
Mm-hmm.
Sorry?
It's not the end of the world for white, obviously, but
no.
Well, you're still fighting for a draw.
Is it so clear? Say rook b3. I'm going to try to keep the 4 rooks on the board so that I could one day go g4, rook h6, and rook h8 mate on a very good day.
Yeah, but that kind of involves you making many moves in a row.
Many moves in a row. So rook b3, I guess you would play rook d7?
Let me think on that for a second.
Mm-hmm. No, sorry, I'm already taking my move back. I apologize. So I'm going to go rook a3. I really don't like rook d7. Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It is 2 pawn.
Let me try and do something.
Yeah.
Clever.
Please don't tell me you're going to sacrifice your rook. Yeah.
That was
Peter.
That was my plan. Yeah, but it's very unclear. I mean, yeah, it's very unclear. GF and something like King G7, but this will become a foot race.
Right.
It is. I mean, far from clear that white is worse here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nigel would take this in a second.
Right.
If he was offered this position, because I mean, after rook takes a7, it is very possible that black is better, but
equally something could go wrong. Yeah.
On a good day, white might even win.
Right.
So, hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on. And I did make tea, but it's still not finished, so I will. But maybe I can find the mute button on this thing and not sort of mute it for a bit, and then unmute it at some point. Oh, is there a mute button? Can't find it. Anyways, apart from EG4, what's wrong with just taking on C8? Let's just consider for a second.
Right.
Can we not do anything fancy at all?
Well, the dream, of course, was to get something based on knight g5 and...
No, but knight g5 transposes to what we discussed.
Right.
Well, this is a somewhat better version for white, because in the previous position the rook was on e8, not c8, and now white has something like rook f3 maybe, creating a threat of knight f6 check, but black can just play f5.
Wow.
Once the pawn reaches f5, the attack is gone.
Yeah, that is really true. The weak square f5 white was trying to exploit, and there's no longer a weak f5 square.
Anyway, Luke went for the most principled. I mean, I like Luke's approach. He is no half measures for him.
He just took on d4.
Yeah, EG4 is the most principled reaction, so he just went EG4. Mm-hmm. And I'm also wondering, after knight d4, is this legal?
Oh yes, I'll check the FIDE bylaw.
I'm kind of wondering, because I mean it does allow knight f5, so it becomes more than a bit tricky, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But let me just think for a second.
Knight f5. Mm-hmm. A lot of these variations seem to have a lot in common. So if
clearly it's the same theme being sort of rehashed over and over. But well, I'm sure Black is better here. I'm just
trying to figure out how we should do it.
Yeah, how to get the most is
Right.
my concern mostly. I can take, and I think you pretty much have to start with 97 check, because I just want to show you a very nice idea. If you take on d3 first, yes. I wanted to take with rook f. I thought it was very important.
Okay.
Point being, after 97, I now have the f8 square. And after knight takes c8, I go knight takes g3. And the difference is, if I had to go to the h line, now white could play rook takes g5.
Ah.
With a king on f8, you can just resign.
Cute. Indeed.
So white would have to start with knight e7. I think I have to go king h8, and now c takes d3. Yeah, and now I can just play knight d6. Yeah, that should be solution enough.
Mm-hmm.
There's gonna be some play left here, but not very much, I think.
But I think knight f2 might just be cleanest of all.
Instead, knight f2
knight
and
d6. Yeah, knight f2.
Rook f1, and then there's bishop d4 in the end. Yeah?
Precisely.
Yeah, very true. Hang on. So we're discussing, I mean, first of all, is there anything else apart from knight takes d4? I personally don't see it. Let's put it on the board, because it's been mentioned in Keebs. Knight g5, I think, is just completely lost because of knight takes c4. I can't see how white continues from here. I think he just loses a lot of material.
Right.
Yeah, and, well, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, I don't know. There's knight e6, but apart from, aesthetic value, I think it achieves nothing. I don't.
That clear, Peter? Rook takes e4, takes on e6. Yeah, and that's. Hold on. What am I saying? It's a piece. I apologize.
It's a whole piece. No, I think the only move that might kind of cause a flutter or two, but no, I don't believe this.
I don't either. No.
Black just controls too many of those squares. I mean, if I could go knight at 5 here, it would be interesting. Let's say if the queen were on c7, this would be an option worth considering for 5 seconds. But with the queen on c8,
right, protecting f5, nothing.
Yeah, it's just a rook.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, if the worst comes to to pass, we will have to return the e4 knight. To transport to get into some completely winning endgame.
Right.
So what else is there? Just briefly, people were getting very excited because Black just played f6, f5, and people were sort of shouting for bishop takes f5, which Magnus rejected.
Okay, can you see that opportunity?
Yeah, but I think the reason he rejected it is unless, once again, I'm missing something very important. Black can just take on a1, no?
I'm not saying it's not true. I can take on e6, yeah?
I wanted to go king e7. But actually, yeah, this is one tempo short of where I want it to be, because in this position now, rook a6 probably wins material. This is not fast enough. So what else is there? Can't we just take and go, let's say, king g8?
Yeah, go back.
I wonder what the big, because I can't really see what the big point is, but people were very excited for whatever reason. and I'm very reluctant to. I'm very reluctant to switch anything on. I'm trying to do this, unimpaired by actual knowledge of facts.
Good for you.
Yeah, I think it's for the best, and I can't see it because Rook d5 always allows Queen a1.
Right.
And okay, I mean there are some fancy ideas like this, but
it's two pieces.
No, but this very rarely works. I mean, as long as black controls the long diagonal, it's gonna end in tears.
Mm-hmm.
I think it has already ended in tears.
Yeah, we've reached the end. Yes, I agree.
Yeah. I'm confused.
Skeptical. Yeah,
I'm confused because, well, I mean, when people all of a sudden, there's a, sort of popular outcry for a sacrifice like this, you would assume that somebody checked it with an engine,
right?
And therefore we're missing something, but I just don't see what. I just don't see what. Hang on. What else is there? If you go something like Bishop e5, I thought black could even play something like Queen b3, connecting everything. Yeah. And I mean, what's the problem? Black seems to have everything under control pretty much, unless the idea is to play something like maybe e4, breaking this connection. But then after Queen f3, you might end up being the one getting mated.
Right. Go back just a second, Peter, because that idea with Bishop g7 was interesting. You have to include a move. So instead of e4, you go back a half a ply, or you go Queen e6 check.
Yeah.
Bishop g7.
And now you want to take and go King h2, yeah?
Right.
Okay.
Still getting on the long diagonal?
Well, no, but actually I'm controlling a lot of squares.
It's simply this way. Mm-hmm.
Well, no, this is very different to the previous line.
Big time.
This I can actually imagine being good for white.
Exactly.
Let me check if I can find anything better than Queen h7. People are complaining about my microphone sound. Can you hear me okay?
Seriously, you're coming in for me perfectly. I mean,
okay, I'm just worried because sometimes I have equipment malfunctions.
Yes, not a wardrobe malfunction, mind you.
No, those are rare in my case.
And nobody was watching you anyway.
Yeah, and nobody wants them to happen anyway. Trust me, this is not something you would like to see. Okay. Anyway.
This could actually be exciting. I mean, from White's point of view.
Yeah, this is interesting. Although Queen a7, we found something against Queen a7. Eh? We found something.
Simply check and rook.
No, this is interesting. Yeah, but on the other hand, it's very fancy, and you need to be absolutely sure this will work, because it's a kind of a thing which, if it doesn't come off, will just completely ruin your game.
Right. True enough.
Just ruin it entirely. Okay. Nigel just took on b7 and a8, and surprisingly, it's not completely lost. Although it's pretty close. I think you should just take on d3.
Right.
You have to interpose knight f6, or black will even take on e4 next.
Mm-hmm.
You take on d3, rook a8, rook h6, and just go king g7.
Right. Now, for the first time, your sound actually did break up just a tad.
That's weird. Everything seems to be connected.
Okay. Now you're coming in rather clear once more.
Okay. No, this looks winning. Black is, as far as I can count, to 5. Yeah. Black is a pawn up, bishop against knight. Should be a reasonably straightforward technical task, actually.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I don't foresee a problem, frankly.
No, and lots of white weaknesses is to boot. How sweet it is.
Yeah, that should just be lost, frankly.
Yes.
Okay, so we should switch to something else. In the Magnus game,
Yes.
Magnus didn't take on f5, so now this is an interesting position because...
Chigorin players rejoice.
Yeah, very true, but if you imagine the center getting opened up somehow, it will just become a massacre.
Right.
It will just become a complete massacre, but...
Should white start with a move like bishop e5?
This is what I've been thinking. Yeah, I think we can sort of write off the b5 pawn as a casualty of war.
Right.
I think it's no longer among the lists of living.
Right.
Yeah, bishop f5 has been played.
Okay.
But if you chase it in a most sort of naive, straightforward way, you run into some
big move.
Yeah, you run into some turbulence, and now I think white is almost winning, probably.
Right, rook a7 check, and
yeah, you really can't allow the rook to enter. So it has to be done in a slightly more sophisticated way somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But it has to be remarked that if the queens come off, black is probably better. Black is not even okay. Black is probably better.
Right.
Because the knights are so untouchable.
Well, here the big scare, if I'm black, I'm really worried about a move like rook takes d5 and queen takes
which is
f5.
why I wanted to propose to.
Okay, so it's to stop
but then
threat.
queen c2.
Right, continuing with the same threat. Yeah,
but then maybe queen c4.
The dance of the queens.
Yeah, kind of insisting I really want to trade.
And if
I really want to trade.
If white is as insistent about declining the trade, queen d2, at some point the b pawn does fall.
Yeah, but g2 is a wrong square. On g2 you're blocking everything.
Mm-hmm.
So now I can actually take and then think about how to proceed from here.
Very good.
So
yeah, I think that.
But once the queen is on c4, you can actually. I mean, it's a split second in which white can take, because now you cannot recapture with a knight, and after rook c4 we can go rook a1, and if everything comes off, if not only the queens but also the rooks come off, white is never worse. I mean, two bishops against two knights, you're never really in any danger of losing. But on the other hand, I think draw is a huge favorite here after something like, let's say, rook a4.
Right.
Just to briefly illustrate, the queen, I mean, white doesn't get through with this because the king is just in time to get to d7.
Right. Yeah, this particular situation obviously is...
now black is winning now. Of course, this will never happen.
No.
And, whoa, Luke is really buzzing now.
What is Luke doing?
Luke decided that he doesn't want to win an endgame. He wants to win in a middle game. So he went knight e4, queen e4, and I didn't want to mention this because I thought, okay, if queen a8, knight g5, so why would we want to allow this? But Luke saw a bit further than me. Queen b6, and now if you take on c6, the rook on h1 gets lost.
Right.
And if you don't take on c6, black can take on a8. Now knight g5 will no longer be a move because the king has f8 as an escape hatch.
Well, once more, as a perk defense player, when you can combine a threat of queen takes b2 with a bishop on, while making luft for your king, opening the f8 square, that's huge.
Yeah, no, I think Luke is
well on his way to winning.
Yeah, really on song today.
Wow. In fact, Luke has actually been playing the best chess of everyone. And again, I'll make the obvious reminder, he was much better, if not winning, against Carlsen.
Yeah, this is very true.
Exactly. Nice. Very
Yeah.
impressive. Yeah.
If no accident happens here, he will be on +3 after this,
Right.
and should have been on +4,
Right. Wow.
which is very impressive.
Absolutely. Yeah, just having a plus score in these elite events is always very nice. Having a massive plus score, people start comparing you to Kasparov or Fischer. Or
Yeah,
yeah.
kind of makes you wonder what could have happened if the evil investment bankers haven't snatched him.
Yes, exactly. I'm getting a lot of tells that in his comments to the audience, Hikaru Nakamura, who has a free day, is talking to the London audience. He's explaining that he has actually broken off his engagement with Gary Kasparov. That things had not exactly worked out very well. And when asked
there were rumors after Tal ended that this could possibly be the case, and
exactly, it seems like Hikaru is confirming those rumors, and that actually they had worked only on the openings, full stop, end of story. And now it seems like Hikaru kind of got a dig in against Gary, that he only beat people because, quote, only openings.
yeah, I've seen this in Kids on 165. But
yeah.
Okay. I don't really know how to even respond to that because
Exactly.
Hikaru, I think. Well, I mean, we're both in a sort of unequal position there because I never actually worked with Kasparov,
right?
And he never actually played with Kasparov,
right?
So
different perspectives all around, right?
Yeah, so it's all a bit difficult to judge, but to say that it was only openings is, in my opinion, completely unfair.
Well,
I think openings were a huge part of his dominance over the years, but I mean, claiming that it's the only reason he was so far ahead of the field is
ridiculous.
I think mildly bizarre. Yeah.
Well, I have a great story actually that I'd like to share with yourself and
Sure.
our broadcast audience, because I think it just puts paid to this whole idea that Gary was the opening specialist, full stop, and he didn't have anything else to back it up. Was completely absurd. It basically goes like this: there is a tourist at the Vaikanze tournament, and it was a competition where Gary was playing Vasily Ivanchuk and Vladimir Kramnik, yeah? So Gary had finished his game, and he came to me and he said, yes, I got to talk to you. I said, sure. I was at the Morian bar. He says, walk with me to the hotel. I said, okay, I'm here with my in-laws. Let me get my coat, and so forth and so on. Okay, so I'm a few minutes after Gary. And Gary had basically wanted to leave the Morian because he was being harassed by all of these autograph seekers. And so he basically stepped out and he was walking towards his hotel. And it was one of those nights where it was really, really bitingly cold in Vaikanze, and it was snowing. And the snow had kind of created this special silence that falling snow oftentimes does. And I was kind of moving in the snow to catch up to Gary, and I saw that he was talking in Russian in a very low-key way with the fellow walking next to him. And I thought it was Dohoyan until I realized it was Ivanchuk. And as I kind of fell into pace with them, I understood that Vasily Ivanchuk was in a great deal of pain. He had just lost a crucial game to Vladimir Kramnik in a position I actually thought Ivanchuk was better if not winning. So he was really, really hurt. And okay, so here's Gary Kasparov walking with a rival, and they're talking in Russian and they're exchanging chess moves about the game. And Vasily I can clearly hear him complaining that this line didn't work. And then going like this. And Gary, they're playing blindfold. Gary says this. And then Vasily stops. He just stops. You should. And by the time we got to the hotel, Gary had found the win that Ivanchuk had missed, and we got into the lobby. We were all taking off our coats, and Ivanchuk is smiling. He went from this, pained, wounded animal to being relieved. He now found the win that he had eluded him, and it was Gary walking in the snow that found it blindfold. This is not a guy who just won from the openings, people.
No, I asked in 165 to so that maybe somebody could find the exact quote, because I mean, controversial as Hikaru sometimes likes to be,
yeah,
I find it unlikely he would phrase it this way, because I mean, it's just so obviously untrue.
Exactly, as the story,
and I'm fairly sure he understands that.
Right.
So I'm wondering if somebody can rustle up the actual quote, because I'm fairly certain it couldn't have been what is being quoted right now.
Such a cut and dry situation.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
No,
to arrest,
yeah,
but
I mean, as for their entire relationship, I mean, once we're on this subject, we talked about this briefly during our first round discussion, and I said then that obviously for somebody as let's say fiercely independent as Hikaru,
yeah,
this cannot have been very easy.
no.
And also, perhaps, if you take a slightly cynical view, out of a year of working with Gary, he got quite probably a lot of opening advice and the fabled database.
Right.
So if he feels that he now perhaps is better off switching back to making all the decisions for himself.
Sure.
But having the benefit of, the greatest, fount of opening knowledge in the world, it's obviously within his rights to switch back to that MO.
Sure. I'm being told by, just a moment, VOPR4K, that basically what Nakamura said was that Gary's openings were dominant, and that others could play middle games and end games equally as well or even better. And, quote, then said when he didn't get a big advantage out of the opening, he's basically lost his title. Okay, well, nothing like a good piece of controversy to get the blood boiling.
It's an interesting approach to sort of finishing working with a legend.
Living legend, yes.
Okay,
yes.
But once again, I mean, it's obviously the theme of the past maybe half a year, and obviously a huge theme on ICC where Hikaru has a cult following, but I'm not sure whether any of us is really qualified to make any particular statements on that subject.
Oh, what other nice story that I liked very much. If you think these guys just are opening specialists, nothing beyond that. No. The one nice story also, it comes from Gary. And so Gary he's telling me this story that he's playing in some Spartakiad, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And he's adjourned in a position where he has bishop and pawn versus an exchange. And he thinks he's losing. So he calls his mentor, Botvinnik, for advice. And he's described the situation, but he hasn't even given the specifics of the position. And Botvinnik interrupts Gary, who's trying to tell him the actual position on the board, and Botvinnik says to Gary, "Is your bishop anchored? Is it protected by a pawn?" And Gary, no. And Botvinnik says, "In that case, you're lost." And it turned out to be true, and Gary lost the adjournment. And Gary said, it just made this incredibly powerful impression on him that he hadn't even gotten to the actual position, just, described what the adjournment was like.
Yeah.
And already he had put his finger right on the pulse,
People are clamoring for chess, so let's.
Yes,
in the McShane game, Nigel opted for knight e5, which I thought was the best move. But after rook a8, I thought his only chance here was to play knight c4. Although now I think maybe queen b4 is just winning on the spot, and bishop takes b2 against any move. So perhaps it's not that surprising he didn't play it. Okay. Instead, he took on c6 and took and went rook e8. And now, basically, I think nothing can stop f5, f4. I can't see how you can stop f5 and 4, and once the pawns connect, you're just completely dead.
G4?
Also, black is still a pawn up. G4, I would just play h5.
Ooh.
to kind of rub it in, I would just play h5. G8,
that was
f5.
Very hurtful.
Yeah, to just illustrate the point even further.
Yeah.
No, I mean, once those start rolling, you're just totally dead.
Something about 3 connected pass pawns, eh? Okay, obviously G4 was a horrible failure. If I can play devil's advocate for a moment, instead of the move G4, I'm gonna throw a horrible move on the board, B4, and in case of F5, my idea was King D1, and
that kind of loses to E2 check, I think.
Oh, instantly.
Yeah, I think in order to do that, you have to start with C3.
Okay.
But I think even this probably loses to E2 check. And
oh man.
And then f4, or possibly something like rook e6, maybe. And
that was
knight
why
a7. Yeah, and knight a7, bishop b5, or something like this.
This was precisely why I started with b4 so that I could meet rook e6 with b5. But this is over. This is over.
No, this is very c3. I believe c3 is the only move, and Nigel did play c3. So
he did.
Yeah. Game. We should switch to something else because this really is a technical task now. Things are. Whoa, Mickey.
Rook takes d5. That was a big fear I had. Oh no. Oh no.
It's
wins
not,
on the spot.
It's not any kind of conceptual thing. Mickey just, I think, blundered a piece.
No. Oh, good grief. Oh, poor Mickey. He's having a horrible event, but hanging a piece in
no, but I think
daylight.
his troubles began. Let's just go back briefly.
Sure.
Yeah, we were discussing this. He should not have allowed the queen to go to f1. This is my understanding. He should not have allowed the queen to get to f1, because if you play queen c4 here, the queen has to go to g2, or back to b1, or to g2, where it's really, stuck.
Yeah, you were mentioning the wrong square.
Yeah, there's no future for the queen on g2. It just goes nowhere. And once he played instead he played rook a3, queen f1, and now he has to worry about queen g2, g6, perhaps h4, and then h5. And if you play h5 yourself, the queen will come to g5, and it will probably enter via h6, and the whole position will collapse. Basically,
and by the way, not to mention queen g2, g6 takes on d5, exchange sacrifice. Yeah.
Basically, the moment the queen appears on g2, it just becomes
frightening.
Frightening, yeah.
Monstrous, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe there's a point to this, but I find it very hard to believe this will work. Just go king h2 here. Actually, no. Actually, I think the simplest way to win would just be to play b6 here, and b6 and b7. And
I agree with that.
Takes, and I just take on c5 and go rook c8. No,
an extremely safe king, not even a whiff of a check, let alone a perpetual. Yeah.
Yeah. What am I missing? I'm not missing anything, am I?
Not at all.
Oh no, I think it's just dead lost. Magnus already played King G2, so he disagrees. But
I am told that.
I understand why now, because Magnus spotted that Rook A1 is kind of impossible.
Oops. Oops.
And actually, they're telling me Mickey resigned.
Yes, exactly.
Spotting that Rook A1 is impossible, Mickey just resigned. This is very, very sad.
I can't recall that an event where Mickey was in such bad form. Just nothing has gone wrong. Right.
No, I think in the past 2 or 3 years there may have been one at some point where he played badly, but this is just incredibly painful to watch because I mean he's a great player.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness.
I have the world of respect for Mickey, but he just can't do anything right here. It's just really horrible to watch. Anyway, this is it.
Right.
So
Peter, we've all had horrible tournaments. How do you deal with a tournament that you would best forget?
Well, you try to put sort of space and time between you and the tournament.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the only way.
Mm-hmm.
Although,
while it's happening, while you're going through a horrible event,
it's very, very difficult. I honestly, I have no recipes. It's just
no.
But I mean, I have to. This year was a bit strange in this respect because I played horribly in China. I mean, I played okay, but I would go crazy every second game, at least for 1 second, and in a field like this, if you go crazy for 1 second, it probably costs you the game. And I had a truly horrible tournament in China, and I had about a 4-day break between this and the super final, and
everything went right.
Yeah, and I didn't do anything in particular, but for some reason everything suddenly went right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So there are no general rules, but yeah, Mickey is having an absolute stinker. It's just unbelievable. Okay, this game is also pretty much finished. Luke was even more precise than we discussed because, he didn't waste time on f5. He just started with rook e6, which is of course much more precise.
Mm-hmm.
And now after knight a7, bishop b5, he just sort of queens. Because if king d1 here, you can play e2 check and collect the knight.
Right.
Or even maybe even more cynically, you can start with bishop b8. Yeah, and then play
keep
e2
the
check.
e-pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, and keep even the e-pawn. Yeah, to just to demonstrate just how winning you are. You can even do this.
Mm-hmm.
And now why not just continue here is unclear. The h-pawn is really going to queen rather fast. I think he's going to resign very soon. Let me just, since we only have one game left, let me just scroll through the actual quotes. So it says.
By the way, could you just check your microphone for a moment because I'm getting a little breakup.
How is this?
Still a little bit of a breakup.
That's pretty strange. How about
now it's perfect. Perfect.
Okay, so it's a question of the connection in the socket. Okay. So it says that they only worked on openings.
Mm-hmm.
And the advantage for me was his database, which he built with his team, which is obvious. Right. He got asked whether they worked on middle games, and the reply is no, they only worked on openings, where there was real value. And actually, I think the actual quote goes, I think there were better players, but he got big advantages from his opening prep. And when he did not get an advantage, he got beat just like Kramnik beat him. That actually doesn't sound very mild.
You have a flair for British understatement.
That actually, honestly, this doesn't sound very mild. I don't know why he would want to do that, but I mean, it's up to them, and we shouldn't really be commenting on this, perhaps, but we must, because
it's irresistible.
Yeah, that's the way the world works. But
Right.
it's mildly surprising to me that he would go this route.
Right.
Or is it route?
Route.
Anyway, let's.
Yes.
So the only game which actually is alive still is whoa.
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 We've been absent too long. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go back a bit. I think we left it somewhere around here. This is where we left it, and if you remember, I did suggest taking off a pair, and then giving up b2 and taking on a6, which is what Vlad did.
Yes.
And then the game progressed logically.
Thereafter.
Basically, black is trying to push the b pawn while white is pushing the a pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So b3, a6, b2, rook b5,
Mm-hmm.
queen a4, a7, and we get to this kind of position where white is not actually threatening queening yet, but he also has b1 under complete control.
Right.
And you can't actually attack the a7 pawn in any shape or form, because the knight on f3 absolutely dominates the bishop on
C3.
the bishop on c3, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the game continued. h6 is logical. Well, e5, I guess he wants to also, I mean, now the bishop is cut off from the defense forever, and also perhaps in some positions e6 could become a factor, so it's a useful general move.
Mm-hmm.
King h7, rook b3 hitting the bishop, and now the final touches are being applied, obviously, because black has no moves, so Vlad is strengthening his position to mount the final attack. Yeah, h5,
Mm-hmm.
and now we see the big plan. Queen b8.
No moves by the king anymore.
Yeah, it's actually, there are just no moves.
Right.
I mean, if you play something like g6 or f6,
It's horrible.
Yeah, it's horrible, and any kind of weakening on the king side is going to be fatal.
Mm-hmm.
And king cannot move anymore, so he went queen a2, which is logical. But now rook c3, b1 queen, and rook c8. This is actually very, very nice.
A beautiful finish, in fact. Yeah.
Very, very nice.
You know, I must say, I purchased Vladimir Kramnik's Best Games book, and I always like those Best Games book, because whoever's the best games, you think that these guys are like the best ever. I mean, they just don't blunder, they win beautifully, but this is probably going to go into the second edition. I mean, certainly the finish is
the finish for sure, yeah.
Wow. Nice play.
Is this
still in progress? No, it's officially resigns.
Because apparently, and I didn't spot this, black can play queen f1 check here. I think David will be very, very upset again. Oh my god.
Why? What happened? Oh, there's queen a6 check. Okay, so king g2, queen takes c8.
I think queen takes, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook takes is also possible, but you're not threatening anything. But queen takes c8, let's say queen b6, and some move.
You don't resign this.
You're possibly not even worse.
Oh.
I don't know, knight g4, I don't know. No, but there's a whole game ahead here.
For sure.
Because you probably cannot win without the knight, and if you swing the knight over, the king will become weak.
But do it the other way, Peter. After queen b6, go queen a8.
What? Where?
queen takes c8, queen b6?
Queen a8.
Queen a8.
Yeah, or even this. No, but this is somewhat irrelevant because we could, and probably should, have played king g1 so that this doesn't happen.
Right. Good point.
Although now rook takes c8 maybe makes a bit more sense, but then white goes king g2. Yeah, and if queen c8 now,
there's a big game ahead. No,
but
wow.
there's a whole game ahead.
Oh my gosh.
No, but this is going to be heartbreaking for David.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, two in a row would be not in a row, but two in the same tournament.
Right. I mean, basically, once a lifetime is tough enough, but twice in the same tournament. I mean, you got to feel like, is it a mental adjustment? He probably had mentally resigned about the time that Kramnik was putting the
but we also don't
H5, yeah.
We also don't know how much time he had on move 40 because queen f1 is move 40. And if he had, as he generally tends to do, if he had 30 seconds, it's not a case of sort of resigning instead of making some move and continuing.
Mm-hmm.
You have to sort of put a queen en prise, on a specific square.
Right.
I mean, once you consider sort of, if you approach this in a kind of a logical way, you approach this, you think, okay, I am threatened with mate in 2 with checks.
Right.
So my first move has to be a forced one.
Right.
And what kind of forced moves are available to me in this position? And then you start sort of going through queen checks. And then you might spot queen f1 check. But if you have 30 seconds,
mm-hmm.
you might not have enough time.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, it's one of those things. If you don't see queen f1 check, you just don't see it, then you resign because there is no other move.
Yeah. People are telling me queen f1 still loses, and it might still lose, or maybe they're just quoting the computer evaluation.
Mm-hmm.
But
well, if you see it, you play it.
Yeah, no, but of course you play it, and game continues. And so what is being suggested to me is that you can go king g2, and if you take with the queen, if you take with the rook is a different matter, but I suppose it's somewhat similar. But the point is, if you take with the queen, I can do this, and basically this will appear by force. And then the white king runs to d5, and it does. And it does seem true.
Right.
It does seem true, but I mean, you still have to play it.
Right.
You still have to play it, and also, just how lost is rook takes c8?
I would go for rook takes c8 because of that ending you just mentioned.
Let's say knight d4.
Okay.
Problem is, you have no moves, but.
Is that really true?
Yeah.
King.
Do you need moves? Is my question.
Yeah. King h7. Yeah.
Well, maybe something like this just wins slowly but surely.
So
I mean, once the checks start, it becomes something like this. Once this kind of crap begins, it's very easy to go wrong.
Right.
I mean, I freely admit this probably is winning for white, but I don't think it's trivial.
I would be very happy if my opponent were to resign. I mean, but I would have to try to actually figure it out.
Yeah, I think I would take a resignation here.
Yeah.
I think I would take it gladly. No, this is very, very unfortunate because I mean David is. Well, not every day, but I think in general we can all agree that he's holding his own in this tournament until the very worst time trouble hits.
Right.
And then something happens.
Well, it's one of those things that, again, if we just take back a few moves right before white, Vladimir Kramnik played the move rook takes c3, you described it very well. That Vladimir was just putting the finishing touches on fine win. So I'm sure David was carrying this mental baggage of being lost.
Yeah.
And
no, this is the same discussion we had the previous time. You just feel that you can sort of wriggle and pretend you're resisting all you want, but you will eventually lose this game,
right?
And it influences your decisions.
Right. Precisely.
Yeah.
Well, after a boring day yesterday, that was like everybody put on the brakes and decided to have a rest. They made 4 draws, not very interesting draws. Today we had a blood fest, and I'm very, very pleased you were with us.
It was a nice day to comment on lots of stuff happening, and
right.
Yeah,
right.
So what's happening now? Luke is on +3. Vlad is also on +3, yeah?
Correct. And Magnus Carlsen is on +3. So we have a 3-way tie first.
Yeah. But Hikaru has a game in hand, perhaps, yeah?
Indeed, that's true.
Well, against some people, but I think Magnus already had a rest day. I'm not sure about Vlad also had a rest day.
Yes.
As for Luke, Luke I think hasn't had a rest day yet. I'm not certain, but I think no.
So Luke had a rest day on round 5.
Has he? Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So they're all in the same spot. Yeah, they all have to play the remaining games, and 3 people are on +3 with 3 wins.
Right.
And Hikaru is on +2 with 3 wins. So if Hikaru wins one more game, his +3 will be more valuable than their +3, actually.
Precisely, because he's had much fewer draws.
Yeah. So this is shaping up like an interesting event, yeah.
Like a very great finish is in store, no question. Yeah. Tomorrow will be, of course, Sunday, round 8, and the matchups will be Anand versus Carlsen. Very exciting. McShane versus Vladimir Kramnik, so 2 of the tournament leaders, and Hikaru, Nigel Short.
So
very interesting. And round 9 will be Monday. McShane and Anand, Nakamura Adams, Short, Magnus Carlsen, and Kramnik will finish against Aronian. David Howell will have the bye on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I will watch this with, great interest,
I think we both will. I'm just very happy to have a seat at, and watch these guys knock each other's heads off. Wow.
Yeah, I think quality-wise, I suspect Town Memorial was slightly better.
Yes.
But for sort of pure bloodbath entertainment value, this is very good.
This is really very good.
This is very good, yeah.
Yeah. So again, Peter, I'm going to say thank you very much for having joined. I enjoyed our discussion very much. I'm sure the ICC broadcast listeners did as well. Thank you very much for your time. And
thanks, everybody.
Absolutely. And tomorrow I'll be on with Yermolinsky. Alex Yermolinsky will be our guest commentator, and look forward to seeing everybody for a very exciting finish of the 2011 London Classic. Cheers, everyone. Good night.
Bye.